Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see a full house. It sounded like a party in here, so I guess we better show up, huh? Thank you all for being here. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, and this is the notice of special session because we're starting a little earlier than we usually do right now. And we will have our public hearings at 5 o'clock this evening. But for now, here in our special session, we have a lot to get done and a wonderful person to recognize. So we better get going. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and the chair of the board, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
District 3.
Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Yate Senado Bikija. Thank you for being here. It's always nice to see staff and others in the community that are here with us. So thank you so much, Judy Bigay, District 4.
In District number 5. Fresh off the river. All right. Our next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance to honor our country. Those that can, please stand. Our next order of business is called Call to the Public. And this is an opportunity for those of you who are here or members online to address the governing board for items that are not on the agenda. This is your time if you have comments, questions, or concerns. Because it's not on the agenda, the open meeting law does not allow us to go into further discussion on it, but we can refer it over to our administrative staff, or we can refer it to a later board meeting that is on the agenda for further discussion. So now would be the time. We do ask members of the public to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And also, this is a public meeting, and we're among friends, and we'd like to make sure we keep a certain professional decorum and how we address our subjects. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, who keeps us on track and is going to explain how you can join us for Call to the Public.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment for Call to the Public, we do have comment cards that are up by the door on the table. But if you didn't have a chance to fill one out, we'll open it up once we go through the ones that did fill out comment cards. If you are watching on the YouTube stream, you can email your comments to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And we do have a comment card. Colleen Maring, if you'd like to come up to the podium, we'll provide you 3 minutes to speak. And if you could just make sure to turn on your microphone.
Colleen, we should just put you on the Call to the Public. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Colleen Maring. I'm the Chief People Officer at Northern Arizona Healthcare. Here today to talk about partnerships between NIH and the county, and so was thrilled to see a longtime partner of ours, Bill Ring. Congratulations. There you are, Bill. Very grateful to Bill for his many years of helping us address a number of issues, in particular guardianships, the public fiduciary, addressing violence inside the four walls of our hospital. Really grateful to have a partner like Bill over the years here. But speaking of partnerships, I'm going to ask Caitlin Beck to come up and join me. Caitlin Beck is now responsible for emergency management at Northern Arizona Healthcare. She came to us after many years with the former international aid organization, USAID, where she was actually responsible for international disaster management and planning for all of Africa as a continent for USAID. So we're incredibly grateful for the experience that she brings us. And when I say us, I don't just mean NIH, I mean our region. She's already jumped in and partnered with Tim Carter, the Coconino County Emergency Management Coordinator, and the Pocket Fire, because we, as a key member and contributor and supporter of this region, we want to be in lockstep with the county on fire and flood and whether it's evacuation or response in EMS. Oh gosh, I hope I didn't just mess up your Zoom. Okay, good. So She's only been with us a few months, but she's already started to develop those relationships. We hope you're going to see more of her in the coming weeks, months, years, as we are prepared to face every challenge collectively together as a region. Thank you so much.
Welcome. More call to the public.
All right, those are all the comment cards we had, but if there's anyone here in the room that didn't have a chance to fill out a comment card but would like to make a comment, you can make your way to the podium now and we'll provide you 3 minutes to speak. And again, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, you can send your comments to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov.
Last call, members of the public.
Looks like, Chair, we do not have any other comments.
Well, then we're moving forward, and the next item is a recognition. And this is bittersweet, but we're going to really concentrate on the sweet part of this one for right now. This is a recognition. Medal of Merit is the highest recognition from the county and the Board of Supervisors. Medal of Merit is reserved for and bestowed upon those special individuals who service to Coconino County and its residents is simply remarkable. The Medal of Merit represents a level of public service, dedication, commitment, and professionalism that goes well beyond the ordinary. It is therefore deserving and fitting, and in recognition of the extraordinary achievements that the Board of Supervisors award its Medal of Merit to Bill Ring. You know, I think we should. Yeah. And you know, I know there's probably going to be a lot of things that are going to be said, but I get to start out. Bill Ring has had a distinguished career both as our county attorney and most recently having been coaxed back into service as a deputy county attorney and as the legal counsel to this board. Throughout his career, Bill has exhibited the highest professional and ethical standards. Bill has proven himself to be fair and a humble servant to the people of Coconino County. He has been a respected colleague and a mentor for many, including myself, Bill. Bill has always used the law as a tool to dispense justice. However, he has never forgotten that the core of a legal decision, or in the giving of legal advice, there must be an understanding and recognition of the human element. Throughout his career, he has strived to bring compassion, empathy, and understanding to his decision-making. Bill is a passionate advocate. He is creative, and when tackling a problem, he knows how to think outside the box to accomplish a legal, just, and fair result. He has advocated locally, statewide, and nationally for programs and laws that serve social justice and to better our lives and to protect the health, safety, and welfare of this county. And what higher calling is there? You've done that. His extensive skills as a lawyer and his ability to read the room was especially important in providing counsel to this board. A board that is comprised of 5 very distinct personalities. And Bill, I know that we tried your patience at times. However, your advice and assistance kept us mostly on track and provided us with the knowledge necessary for our decision-making to allow us to better serve our communities. As a board, we always knew that your advice was based on service to the law and in the best interest of Coconino County. We're going to miss you, and we're going to give you this heartfelt award, our award of merit. And I hope you understand it is simply merely a symbol of the respect and appreciation that you have from all of us. You have served the board, the county, state of Arizona, and our residents well, and we thank you so much for your efforts. So thank you. And we're going to give you this award, but before we do, I know my colleagues have things they would very much like to say, and then we're going to open up to members of the county who also I know are going to want to say a few words. So you got to wait for a few minutes. So if you need to sit down, you can. And again, I'm going to turn this to my colleagues, members of Board of Supervisors. This has been our legal comments you'd like to make. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, first off, congratulations. Today, we honor County Attorney Bill Ring as he concludes his remarkable tenure at Coconino County. Bill has been a steady, principled, and deeply respected presence in our government, someone whose commitment to justice and service has shaped this country for the better. Bill, your guidance has helped us navigate some of the most complex legal questions we face as a county. You've been a partner to every department, a mentor to your team, and a voice of clarity when we needed it most. Your work has strengthened our institutions, protect our residents, and upheld the values that define Coconino County. And on a personal note, I think I speak for all of us when I say you've earned this retirement. You've reviewed more community initiative grants than any one person should reasonably be expected to. You've patiently walked my district director and the rest of us through every clause, every requirement, and every revision. I'm not sure what we'll do without your steady hand, but I'm also pretty sure you won't miss those grant packets landing on your desk. Bill, you'll be missed. Your legacy, your leadership, and your service to this county will be remembered for years to come. On behalf of District 2 and all of the Board of Supervisors, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've given to Coconino County. We wish you a retirement filled with rest, joy, and satisfaction, knowing you've made a lasting impact on the community you serve so faithfully. Thank you for your service.
Supervisors? Anybody else like to? Who's up next? Oh, sure, we've done, I guess, 3. We're now on 3, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Mr. Ring, I do not have a prepared statement, so you're going to get Supervisor Ontiveros unplugged and straight from the heart. When I saw this on the agenda,
Happened a lot, of course, during executive session, right?
when I saw this on the agenda, there were a few things about you that I wanted to talk about. I want to say that I appreciate Chair Horseman's very well-written statement, and I completely concur with every word that she said. I have worked with you for many years. I'm not sure how many, but I know that when I was on planning and zoning, you've been around for a long time, and I've had the opportunity to work with you. I've worked with you as our legal counsel to planning and zoning, our legal counsel to this board. I have seen you in executive session. I have seen you at the board retreats. So I've seen you in public, and I've also seen you behind closed doors. And the one thing that I thought of when I was thinking of this today is I thought that it is said that a good name is more desirable than great riches. And you are a very rich man because you have such a desirable name from all of the integrity and the character that you have lived your life by. That is one of the things I admire the most about you and the example you have set. So thank you for that. And I wish you many, many happy and blessed tomorrows.
District 4, you're up next.
Today, 4 goes after 5, so just kidding. I just want to say thank you, Patrice. I think you put that document together and covered all the bases that I think about. I thought about driving in. I was thinking, I know at some point in time we have to leave, because we have kids and grandkids, homes and whatever, want to travel, uh, and for me, I've had my 52nd year as a public servant that I started. So I know what it's like, and I just, it's really hard, to shuffle, work and then your family at the same time. But I think what really stood out for me was that, in our meetings, you kept us on track. We didn't deviate. And once we do that, say no, and you weren't afraid to say no, even though, we're all there, but you did. And that's the very, and we respected that because we had our parameters, and then we can't do it this way, you can't do it that way, or, this is some of the things you might consider, things like that. So I really respected that. And I know you've been here for a long, long time. And I'm not sure if you already picked up some Navajo words, but a lot of people that come on the reservation or near the reservation, they begin to get interested in the languages there so that they know what people are talking about. But anyway, I just want to say that, what else is there to say? My colleagues are going to be saying pretty much the same thing. I just really appreciated you. And we respect you, and as a leader, supporter, and just really looking out for the county overall. So, but we say you better be nice to Bill Ring because he's going to get a CI for review. But anyway, I just want to thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of the Coconino County team. Go ahead.
And our cleanup hitter, Supervisor 5.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, we have a mic right between us right there. Scoot over here. I want to just thank you for carrying the torch of social justice. It's one thing that you really have brought into our county. You've worked on diversion program, which was a concept that people had to really learn about at the state level as well as locally, and trying to see how it would work here in our county. And you started that, and Ammon is carrying that as well. There are, you came in when we were still really trying to establish the CJCC. We were working on that. It had fell apart already a couple of times. And then, right now, I think the CJC is at a really strong location, a strong position now. It was, it took a while to get there. It took a lot of experimental ideas and trying to see how it can be brought about and strengthened. We called upon national help to see how that can be done. We also were going through the aftermath of the Schultz fire, which was really an experience that we had never experienced here in Coconino County before. We were still trying to work through our flood mitigation, trying to see how that's going to be done, even establishing and making sure that our county flood district was a strong district. And I'm just, there were events that were happening in the county, even our public health department. We had to take that apart and put it back together. And we had to understand what it means to create a district. And we went through all of that. We also were trying to figure out what community initiative funds meant. What does it mean to have a community initiative funds? Other counties don't have it. What does it mean within our budget? How it works with different departments? We went through all of that. And how many Board of Supervisors have we gone through? We took apart the planning and zoning ordinance and got very detailed. Art love getting into that deep curves of that thing and all the nuance of the planning and zoning, and that was very, very interesting process that we went through, you know. And I think that a lot of that Hugh guided through us through that, and it was really a lot of challenging times at the time. I think right now, a lot of those, what we have gone through is pretty stable now. We are now really can talk about these at the state level as though it's just, it just is the way it's always been established, always been the way it is. And then at the national level as well. Now today, where a lot of the what was put together is now what is the showcase at the national level now. So I just want to recognize you for having that guiding eyes and through that whole process. I know that the county attorney's office really does have a lot of say-so in all of that. Oh, hi, Cynthia. I just really recognize how difficult I think sometimes the county attorney's office doesn't have the staff that it actually needs sometimes. There's always a question of how it should be done, and there were challenges that we went through, and then even with partnership, even working with tribes, how do we work with tribes? What does that mean? They're a sovereign government. How do we work with them? What does that mean? What does a partnership mean? What does an intergovernmental agreement mean? What should it be in there? And those early agreements, they took forever. It took a long time to process because tribes were asking, what do you want to do with us? You know, and they just, it was really challenging times during that time, but we were able to work through all of that. I guess I'm showing my age right now. But I want to mostly just really thank you for balancing your approach to balancing the right of victims. People found themselves in situations where they don't want to be at. And how do they get out of it? What does it mean? And that has been a challenge before the county and our justice system. And I just want to really have you recognize you for your always, just like our supervisor Horseman said, you know, you're always thinking about the rights of individuals. And I think that is something that is really important. And we work on that today, even in our in our juvenile justice system. And you had a hand in that as well. So I just want to I can probably say more, but it really is, you had a broad stroke across the county, a lot of good influence on and guidance through that whole process. So I just want to thank you for that. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah.
And I do know there are some longtime county employees who, of course, spent most of their careers probably working with Bill since you've been here a while. And now would be the time if you'd like to come up and make a few comments on Bill. Yes.
Patrice, Chair Horseman, if I may read, County Manager Andy Bertelson is unable to be here today, but he provided a statement for me to read on Bill's behalf. He was very disappointed to miss today. William P. Ring and the Coconino County Medal of Merit. Today, nothing is more fitting than Bill being bestowed this honor. Bill Ring has not just practiced law, he elevates the noble profession in our community. In a profession driven by conflict, Bill provides clarity. In moments of crisis, Bill brings a steady hand and a calm voice, while bringing passion for what is just and right. Bill never loses sight of the human on the other side of the file. He treats adversaries with respect and clients with empathy. Bill constructs a Corinthian column as his legal framework, and his brushstrokes within this frame will forever influence the future portrait. His work is meritorious. The Medal of Merit is not given lightly. It is reserved for those who leave an institution better than they found it. Bill Ring's legacy is written not just in won cases or settled disputes, but in the standard of ethics he sets for every single one of us who worked alongside him. Bill, thank you for being a colleague, a mentor, and a friend. With respect and gratitude, Andy Bertelson.
And any other comments people would like to make?
Madam Chair, members of the board,
Yes, County Attorney.
thank you. It's my pleasure to honor Bill in this moment. You know, people have talked about his capable mind. He's very talented. He's very bright. But I've sat with Bill for many years in his office and talked to him about a number of subjects, and I can tell you he has just a beautiful heart. I think that's really what sets him apart for me. He came to the county in 1989. Is that right? I looked at his CV the other day, and so 1989, I was alive. It was a while ago. He spent 25 years with the county, 10 years in private practice, as people know. 25 years is a significant amount of time for anybody. But it's really what you do with that time that sets him apart. You know, that's what makes him exceptional. It's already been spoken about here about all the things he's touched and ideas he's brought, the calm voice he brings in the storm that we often face in the county. On a personal level, I want to say that all these moments I've had talking to Bill one-on-one over the years have made my life richer. He's been a professional mentor, but also just a dear friend. I'm going to miss him. We've already planned that I will still have these conversations with him off-site sometime because those are meaningful conversations. And if you talk to Bill long enough, you'll realize that it's not about opening the law books. It's really about finding out the principles that underlie all of these things. Why do we do what we do? You know, he's very philosophical about these things, and I think it's really important to ask those questions. You have to know where you've been to know where you need to go, and he has been visionary in that way and has taught us a lot in the office. So kudos, Bill. You are very deserving of this award, and we're going to miss you around here, but we hope you enjoy your retirement. Thanks.
I think the two words that I've heard, vision, and then the other is leadership. That's what I have seen with Bill, working with him since, well, you're I guess, the second return. I wasn't here in '89. I didn't come till 2005, but for those of us that have been through those 10 years, I think the other comment was principled, and Bill is a deeply principled person. And with a big heart. And I really echo what Andy said too. And there's no challenge that he shies away from. He just goes into it, and you talk through it, and you come out the other side. And most of the time, or at least all of my experience is, very good decisions are made because there is the balance of what is the law, and then and also what is the right thing to do in that moment, in that time. And then how do you sequence those decisions to accomplish your goal? And Bill is just exquisite at those processes, working with lots of different people. But he had a vision. He had a vision for the county attorney's office. He had a vision for each team that he led, and the leadership that he brought to those processes, and talking directly about leadership and why it's important and what it means and how that gets reflected in what you do for the community. Really, I think brought a lot of capacity to this county that will live on for a long time. So thank you, Bill, for all you've done for me and success of whatever success I've had, and the organizations and pieces of this organization that I've worked with over the years, and for our community. It's just been an amazing contribution. Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
our treasurer, she's moving a little slower, so she's. I feel this is like an Oprah Winfrey moment.
Yeah.
Now we're in the audience.
So I want to say, Bill, for the last 12 years, it has been an immense honor to work alongside you and to get your guidance, your mentorship, and your friendship. But I know so many of us at the county would not have been able to do as much as we've done with our offices without your guidance and support. Taking every creative idea we come up with and guiding us through all the legal hoops to make sure that we are operating within the law, but doing what's best for our community. And, I'll miss seeing you in the parking lot, in the building, and chit-chatting. But I know you're not going to be far. And I hope you actually take the time to enjoy yourself, enjoy life, enjoy spending more time with your amazing wife, and really just know that you have made a lasting impact within the county and within the community. And so many of us are grateful for everything that you've done. I will never forget all the weird, complex stuff that you've guided me through the years. And we've had some unique ones. And then also all the fun dialogues and the conversations, and just really have appreciated you through the years. So thank you again for your leadership, your mentorship, and your friendship.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Incredible colleagues. It's something that our county is known for, and you've helped set that culture, and you set that bar quite high. And you are an exceptional colleague and mentor, and I have personally benefited from that mentorship. Thank you. You're an outstanding attorney, but just as importantly, I will miss your guidance, your brainstorming, and your calm, particularly in complex and stressful situations. And when I think back on some of the hardest and most stressful moments that I've had in my tenure at the county since 2007, you've been there in all of them. And in all of those incredible solutions that we found, those were done together with your guidance. You lead with heart and thoughtfulness. And you inspire me in the way in that you consistently honor others and recognize the strength of those around you. You're an important part of the county manager's team, and there's nothing we cannot navigate together. And when I first took this role as deputy county manager 2 years ago, it was your counsel that I sought right away in order to be successful. The people of Coconino County have benefited in a variety of ways from your expertise, and your work has improved the lives of many, including all of the things that Supervisor Fowler said, and also the original library IGA, just to name one more on that rich list. Today, we recognize the exciting next chapter of this valued colleague of you and wish you and Lisa the very best in this next chapter. We hope you have an exciting adventure. Thank you.
All right, any other comments people would like to? So, if not, I think we need to hear from the man of the hour, and it's wonderful to see you here, Bill. And you know, I should have said, Lisa, it's great to see you as well. And you put up there every step of the way. I know you and your children have been there with him, so thank you. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for your very kind words. Really, it's an emotional moment for me. I want to thank my colleagues who have been also gracious with their comments. And I want to thank my number one client, Lisa Ring. I have so much that I could comment on just the talk about it and just the comments from others. Sarah Benatar and I ran for office together, and Supervisor Fowler and I followed through on your idea, Supervisor, about the birth certificates and how much injustice was solved by trying to just make small regulatory changes. We talked about it. We figured out what that solution is. I have some prepared comments for you. Working for Coconino County has always been a vocation for me. A vocation is the coming together of your time and your talents and your passion with something that needs doing in the world, and the setting is the right setting to begin. Well, justice needs doing in the world. And Coconino County is such a wonderful setting that I've pinched myself every morning that I wake up since 1989 in Coconino County and have been a part of a vision of yes. Yes, we can. And I choose yes every day that I wake up. And I'm so pleased to be with other colleagues who also choose yes as the answer. Now, that doesn't mean that's the conclusion. It means it's the beginning. Right? Oftentimes, it's the beginning. I didn't want to depart with a legacy of being thought of as the no person. So I wanted to make a list of all the yes things that we've accomplished together. And these are important lists. Just to give you, it's not only a measure of accomplishments, but it's also a measure of time, how much time we've spent together doing these things. So think about this. The redevelopment of the revised historic courthouse, the excavation and the production of the General Services Administration building, that's north of the courthouse, the development of a new jail facility at the 911 Sawmill, the Health Services building on the 4th Street campus, the gift acquisition of Rogers Lake and the Frontieri property, the acquisition of additional hundreds of acres at the fairgrounds from the State Land Department that expand the park to the west, the acquisition of the additional acreage at the front of the park through the condemnation proceedings for the reconfiguration of the I-17 interchange. That resulted with that wonderful entry features that we have at the fairgrounds today. The expansion of the infrastructure to the fairgrounds. The incorporation of the town of Tucson and what it took to actually make a municipality out of the unincorporated area of Coconino County. And I point to Lucinda because, you know, the Schultz fire in 2012 was transformational for Coconino County. And I don't want to understate it or overstate it, but when that event happened, everyone in the county had to pick up a shovel and do what was necessary to make things right again. And with Lucinda's determination, you know, she and I got together and started to figure out what to do first and what to do next. Because there really wasn't a template or a program for how you recover after a devastating fire that actually creates ruination or a portion of your community. But she and I sat down and did that. I did my part on the legal side, and she was the champion of everything else. But together, we were able to not only, you know, try to right the wrongs, but create a national template for how to do that again and again and again. And we've been tested on that. The tunnel fire and the other fires that occur all around not only our community, but the nation. And now we're an example to others. And it's really an honor to be a part of that legacy. And then to expand that work and create it on an entire landscape. So you take what was done in that proximity and you start to apply it to everything that is part of your local landscape. And what a proud legacy that is. Work upon growing smarter legislation. And growing smarter led to the composition of our first regional plan. And then the comprehensive plan that followed the regional plan. And then the second regional plan. And now the third regional plan. Together we formed special districts to solve many community problems. I'm thinking of all the small districts that were incorporated to do road projects in Donny Park and Chena Village. And we also dissolved those districts and created others. We created the road maintenance district, special taxing district, the special taxing district that's the jail district. Now we're talking about creating a special taxing district for the judicial services district. And we've got to draft legislation. We've got to create the option to go further with the creation of districts. But we're always leaning forward into all of these projects. And to Supervisor Fowler's point, I've learned so much from the third of our people in Coconino County who belong to tribes and nations that are sovereign in themselves. 1/3 of us in this county, and we have so much to learn. We did the intergovernmental agreements that led to the scenic overlooks, Grand Falls and Little Colorado and Antelope Point. We negotiated the development agreement that led to Twin Arrows, which is a very large project. When I go on the reservation and I meet people who are there, I learn so much if I'm just willing to listen, just willing to be quiet and listen. And Supervisor Begay, I hear you speak this, and I take this lesson seriously. We're all five-fingered people. That really helps, and that should help us all. I've worked for 4 county attorneys, 8 county managers, and a dozen different supervisors, going back to Johnny Johnson and Dennis Wells and Paul Babbitt and then Tom Chabin and others. We are a can-do county. I say we box above our weight class, and we do. That's our culture, and there are many beneficial things that we have done together. So I want to recall what we did together, what we built together, what we achieved together. This setting has made my vocation come alive. Lisa and I are grateful for the special privilege that you've granted to me. And finally, I hope that I've lived it fully. I've tried to live it fully. As a public servant, what more noble profession is there than public service to others, putting others before self? And that all of you know that you are a great blessing. Thank you.
And you can't leave us just yet. Come on up here. We're here for the Medal of Merit. We haven't even given it to you yet. After that, well, we're moving along. And again, thank you, Bill and Lisa, for being here. Our next is another proclamation. Coconino County picks these proclamations that are important for our community and are recognized the important significance of so many people and organizations and so many events that really shape us as a community. And so we take our proclamation seriously, and we are very proud that we have before us a proclamation, consideration of possible action to approve a proclamation celebrating the 7th annual Matthew J. Brougham Memorial Williams Stand Down and Patriot Day Parade. And of course, with us is the, ever present on this, you have been an incredible advocate for our veterans, John Davidson, who's going to read the proclamation. So, John, thank you for joining us. Thank you, John, for reading that and for all of your activism and work on all of, on behalf of veterans. So, and I know we're going to have some comments, but before, and so I don't forget, we need a motion, and I'm going to ask Supervisor Ontiveros, will you make this motion?
Yes, I would be happy to. I would like to make a motion that we proclaim September 11th, 2026 as a set, excuse me. My notes are mixed up here. I'd like to make a proclamation celebrating the 7th annual Matthew J. Brown Memorial Williams Stand Down and Patriot Day Parade.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And with that, my colleagues, do you have some comments you would like to make? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Davison, thank you so much for being here. And as I told you privately, I do plan on being at the September 11th stand down that you have just so faithfully organized over these years. And I just want to say that I know that you and your wife have had great loss, and out of that, you have turned that in to helping so many. And I so admire you and your wife for what you have done to help others. So thank you very much.
Any other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, Shadane, my in-law. But I just want to say thank you for presenting this and reading the proclamation. It really means a lot to a lot of people. I think in every household there's some kind of family member that has been to service, whether it be men, women, girls, you know, just within the family. And so some of our grandparents were there at one point in time too, and we hear those stories. Some of these stories are not good, but you know, there's things that happened during those times and time of, you know, wars and stuff like that. But I just want to say that, you know, I had an opportunity to be at the Williams Stand Down last year, and it was a really good event. And I think it was, you know, it was situated to where, you know, everybody was so comfortable, and all the people that came there, veterans that were there, you know, they really greatly appreciate it because they came to me and stated that, you know, it's good that, you know, you guys are remembering us. So that's what I thought, you know, that was really, and the other piece of this whole thing that you do is the Purple Heart community. So, and you've already established one for Loop area now, and we are now working together to try and get our communities, all Purple Heart communities within District 4. So I just want to say thank you, because it means a lot to the people, and I think it's going to help, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, to be identified as a Purple Heart community. And everyone has that, all the way from the first war that ever happened. And and then of course the others that have are code talkers. You know, there's Navajo code talkers, there's Hopi code talkers, you know, the sacrifices they made, they defended our country. You know, a lot of things, you know, plays a big role in this, and I'm glad that you're an advocate for it. And because it's going to take a community to be out there to, you know, to acknowledge this and presenting it here. And so I just want to say thank you. Yeah.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know these events really benefit the veterans and their families. So I just want to thank you for your thoughtfulness and your organization. It takes a lot to organize. Now, the first, you did one, and now you have multiple throughout the county, being able to reach veterans that are not able to travel into one place. So thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Just thank you for your service. Thank you for organizing things for veterans, because they are some of our most vulnerable in our communities, and oftentimes they fall through the cracks or they don't get the services they need. And these stand downs provide those services. Unfortunately, this year I'll be out of town when you have it, but I wish you well on it. And the time I think I went twice to the Williams one, usually go to the one here locally. But the one in Williams, I was really impressed with the room, the space that you had for everybody. And you can tell that the veterans really appreciate it. So keep up the good work, and I look forward to making the next one. Thank you.
And I certainly appreciate all the comments of my colleagues as well. Well said. But, you know, I have to say, September 11th, I cannot believe it's a 25th anniversary. And, you know, for many of us, probably everybody here that lived through that time and watched it as it was developing live on TV, it just seems like yesterday, unfortunately. And certainly it's important for us to continue to recognize, quite frankly, what hate and conflict does in this world. So, and we appreciate everything you're doing for our veterans, and it's appropriate that we honor the lives and the families that were affected. All of us were affected by September 11th, and thank you for that. Really appreciate it. So. We're proud to stand with you, so thank you for all you do. Oh, yes, we have to do a picture. So if you wouldn't mind, we can just do it right down. Is that good? John, we need your picture. All right. All right. So that's the fun part of the meetings, and we're going to start back again here, guys. And I made a big mistake when we first started. I failed to acknowledge the newest member of our county management team, Cynthia Nemeth. And I probably forgot to mention it because we're so used to seeing her on behalf of Parks and Recs and all that she's done for our Parks and Recreation here in Coconino County. So we are very pleased to have her as part of our county management team. And I love it. I get to see you every morning now. So it's great. Thank you and welcome. All right, let's move on. We're on our consent agenda. And members of the community, our consent agenda are items that are more ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote. These are not set out individually for discussion. And so we, as a board, have an opportunity to remove certain items that we would like to have for individual discussion. Some of it is just information, so members of the public are aware. Some of it is because we want some real discussion on it. So we remove those items from the consent agenda before we make our vote to accept it. So at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like to remove items from the consent agenda. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, can I get item number 5, 6, 7, 9. I was trying not to leave some for my colleagues. But 21 and 23, please.
21 and 23. Got those. All right. Any, yeah. We have other items. I'd like to separate 14, 15, 16, and 17. Any other items? Is it, okay, good, I'm sorry. We'll put that down. You can take those. Okay, we'll come there. Well, it's almost all the consent agenda, but for those remaining items, but there is a lot of really good stuff in this consent agenda that we need the public to know about. So members of the board, what I have, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're removing items 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, and 23. Is anybody, anything else? Then I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda exclusive of those items.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. The consent agenda is passed. We have item number 5. Consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona to provide funding in the total amount of $10,000 from Board of Supervisors Community Initiative Funds. It's a good thing Bill left us, right? District number 1, no, he passed all these, I will tell you. District number 1, 3,000, District 2, 3,000, District 3, 2,500, District 4, 1,000, and District 5, 500 to support the Senior Housing Stability and Resource Navigation Program serving elderly adults and individuals with disabilities residing at JoJo's Place and Sharon Manor. And Matthew Bruton and Jeremy Barkley are here today who are going to present at this meeting. So thank you for being with us, gentlemen. We look forward to hearing from you. You always do a great job there at Housing Solutions in Northern Arizona.
Thank you so much, esteemed supervisors and county staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Jermaine Barkley. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. This is my compatriot.
My name is Matt Bruton. I'm the CFO at Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona.
And we won't take up too much of your time. We really just appreciate the opportunity to come and express some gratitude for this partnership and this opportunity and these resources. At Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, we truly believe in providing opportunities for safe, sustainable, affordable housing for our community. And we believe in that and try to invest our most dedicated talent and resources to achieving that for Coconino County, to serve our neighbors. That's manifested in the programs you mentioned of Sharon Manor, which has been around for quite some time, several decades now, and JoJo's Place, which is going into its third year, is within its third year of operation now. Both of those are transitional housing programs that service pretty vulnerable populations. And so the idea is that we dedicate resources to helping individuals coming out of homelessness, fleeing domestic violence with a history of trauma or trafficking or sexual violence, to stabilize, to reconnect with the community, and to get to a point in their lives where they can now rejoin the community on a permanent basis in a way that's sustainable for them, so they can be members of Coconino County for preferably the remainder of their lives. The time couldn't be any better for this partnership. As you folks know, we're in a housing crisis, and that is only compounded by some of the recent changes like the affordability crisis, cuts in SNAP, and in food benefits that really impact our most vulnerable clients and clientele at these programs. We believe at Housing Solutions that our community is best measured within the county by measuring from the baseline. Who is our most vulnerable? The measure of success in Coconino County is how well taken care of is our most vulnerable populations. We also believe that you can tell an entity's priorities by what they choose to invest in. And what this investment to us means from the County Board of Supervisors is that you folks believe in honoring our elderly. You folks believe in taking care of our vulnerable neighbors, those with disabilities. And you folks are willing to make the investment to do so, not mandatory. And what that investment says to those populations is that they belong here, that they belong in Coconino County, that they're members of this county. And so now the ball is in our court to take these resources and to propel forward opportunities for these clients. And so with these funds at Sharon Manor, which has 29 units serving folks fleeing domestic violence with a history of surviving violence, at JoJo's Place, which is 44 units, serving folks coming out of homelessness, we are able to dedicate these resources to case management to ensure that once they get out and get into our transitional housing, their basic needs are being met, that people's grandparents have access to food resources, that they have access to health care, that we can sit down with them and dedicate the time that they deserve to help them navigate really complicated systems to get the resources that we need. These funds do that. It ensures that we have the resources so that when they move into a place, they're moving into a place with dignity, that's well taken care of, that's pretty, that they would be honored to have their friends come over to, that they'd be honored to have their grandchildren come over to, so that they can start to regain that confidence and the assuredness of themselves to rejoin and enter into this community. And it ensures that we've got the resources to invest in programming and events to help them build a social network so that when they transition out, not only are they leaving with access to resources, but they're leaving with a community of friends that they can lean on and rely on. And so we plan to use these resources in those three aims to invest in our case management services, to invest in the quality of our units, to invest in the programs for these populations, to lay a good groundwork for these folks to transition successfully and continue to be thriving members of Coconino County. We're thrilled for this opportunity to serve the county in this capacity and really extend the greatest of gratitude to the supervisors, to the county staff for being willing to support this effort.
Well, thank you very much, and we're very proud to be able to support Housing Solutions. And please give our thanks to Devana as well. We
Will
work
do.
very closely with her. Thanks.
Always.
So thank you for that. And with that, I think, again, so that I don't forget, and then we'll have some comments, do I have a motion to approve the funding agreement?
So moved.
with Housing Solutions?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Members of the board.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for providing these services to the most vulnerable in our community. It is a great honor on our part to be able to participate and support this. And you hit it right on the head. How you invest your money shows your values, right? And we want to show from our Board of Supervisors that we support the most vulnerable in our community. And you'll hear that over and over again in this meeting. And this is a perfect example. And so I just really appreciate the work that you guys do and look forward to hearing the results of this program as we move forward. Thank you.
Any other comments, or we'll move on? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to thank you for your work. I know it's really challenging time for people, all of the, it's just across the board. Expenses have gone up. There's a lot of budget cuts and people are really struggling. So I just want to thank you for being there to be that safety net and being creative in your small budget. I know everyone has a small budget now and trying to provide as much services as possible. So thank you to you and all your staff and volunteers. Really important. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Supervisor Unterberg.
Thank you. And we also appreciate the opportunity to partner with you guys. You guys do important work. And thank you so much.
Supervisor Begay.
Just want to say thank you, like everyone else here on the board. I think it's very important that we ensure that our community members are out there safe and protected. So thank you so much.
So we're moving on. Item 6, consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Flagstaff Festival of Science. Provide a total of $4,000 in community initiative funds, $1,000 from District 1, $1,000 from District 2, $1,200 from District 3, $300 from District 4, and $500 from District 5 to assist in the costs for annual Community Science Festival. And is Elizabeth here with us? Oh, there she is. Hi, Elizabeth. Please join us. Maybe you want to explain a little bit of what's happening with the Festival of Science. And are we going to see any robots?
Of course. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Happy to tell you a little bit about the festival and just so grateful for our partnership over the years. This is our 37th Festival of Science in this community. And that says a lot about a community and a town and a county that values science. And we're very proud of that. And in fact, there are other science festivals nationwide that look to us for guidance and support, and we provide a mentorship role when we can as well. So I think that our region should be really proud of that longevity and that legacy. And coming this year, we have a theme that's driven by curiosity. It is a tie-in to the Route 66 Centennial. And also, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Elizabeth Vogler, Executive Director at the Festival of Science. So this year's theme, driven by curiosity, we're tying into the Route 66 Centennial. We have a keynote speaker on September 25th, so that's when the 10-day festival will kick off this year. Please mark your calendars. And our keynote speaker, Kirk Dunsavage, has worked with Formula One racing, and he's going to be talking about engineering and human ingenuity, and just kind of the human ingenuity and innovation that we have seen over the last 100 years since the development of Route 66 and the automobile. So that's going to be very cool. For the rest of the 10 days through October 4th, we have over 100 events again. These events are all free and accessible to members of our community, our city, and our county. And some of the programs are virtual as well. We've continued to make that a priority to reach out to members who maybe aren't coming into Flagstaff to participate in those events. We rely on community funds like the ones that you've generously contributed year after year, as well as other grants and sponsorships, because this is a free festival. So we're not taking ticketed revenue. We are strictly providing a service back to the community in science education. And thanks to you all for making this happen, we're able to continue our work year after year and fulfill our mission. A couple of other things that I wanted to bring to your attention based on funds from last year and the support you've given over the years. We reached over 5,000 students in classrooms last year. We have a program, it's an auxiliary program called the In-School Speaker Program, where we bring STEAM professionals into classrooms, and they're able to share their experience, their research, projects that they're working on, and really inspire the next generation of scientists in many different fields. So it's above and beyond what they might be getting in the classroom from their textbooks and their teachers and professors and educators. Throughout the 10-day festival, we reach approximately 16,000 participants, and the primary focus is on families and youth in this community. We have some exciting plans moving forward. We are building our capacity through bringing on additional staff. So we brought on a program manager this year so that we can continue to make an even greater impact in our community. Next year, we will be revisiting our strategic plan. And for the strategic plan, we'll be taking community feedback as well as working with stakeholders, including city and county government, to ensure that we are responsive to the needs of this community in terms of our planning process and making a difference. And finally, just to reiterate those dates, so I hope that everyone in this room is attending. September 25th through October 4th will be this year's 10-day festival. And then we also have the Festival Fete, which is November 14th, which you all have supported in the past and hopefully will continue to do so this year as well. And the Festival Fete is a way that we can get our partners and our donors together to make more of a difference and fulfill our mission in creating these science programs for our community. So just want to express my gratitude on behalf of my board of directors and with the Festival of Science and my staff. And thank you again for your support, your continued support.
Well, thank you for being here. And before I forget, let's go ahead and entertain a motion. to approve the funding with the Flagstaff Festival of Science. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And thank you. We look forward to seeing the robots. Anything else you'd like to make, or we'll move on? So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, number 7, consideration. I'm sorry. I sent you something I didn't mean to, so don't worry about it. Doesn't have any follow-up. No follow-ups necessary. Yeah. Consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Navajo Hopi Health Foundation to provide $15,064 from community initiative funds.
1,500.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
15,000.
Oh, my goodness. They are going to have one great run. Here, I better change that. 1,564,000 from community initiative funds, 500 from District 1, 564 from District 4, 500 from District 5, to cover expenses to host the Run for Hope annual fundraising event in Moenkopi Village in Tuba City, Arizona. And Supervisor Begay, I know you're kind of behind this, so if you'd like to make any comments on this.
I think we have Marissa on the,
Sorry, Supervisor Begay, she was on and then she just disappeared. So I don't see her on the virtual side.
okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that, yes, we've been sponsoring this event for several years, and it's been on in District 4, and so the hospital's in District 5, but the run was on District 4 side. So we kind of took the initiative for past several years to get really involved, because being a runner at one point in time and being very athletic, I know what it's like what it means to run. It takes a lot of stress off of you, and it's a good feeling. So, but I just wanted to share that that we did help for several years, and it's really nice because you see all these little kids, even babies with their moms with their strollers out there, just taking part in this event. And so it's all ages, and also and as everyone knows, there's a lot of our people out there that have faced obesity and diabetes, and so I think this is something that would kind of really help them, in the areas of wanting to actually run on their own if they were exposed to it, or they're continuing to run and they just want to have other people join. I myself ran this with my traditional outfit, with my moccasins, but it was good. But there's a lot of rocks out there, but it was a good event. But I'm glad to say that we are proud to sponsor part of it again, so this year, and I think it's a good event for the communities all over.
And I think Marissa Mike is in fact on. So if you'd like to say a few words, Marissa. Marissa, are you there? Can you unmute? If not, I know Supervisor Begay did an excellent job of. So. All right. Thank you, Marissa. I think we're going to move on, and thank you for being with us. I'm sorry that technology is not working the way it should today. So we're moving on. I'm sorry. Oh, I think we should. Would you like to make a motion, Supervisor Begay? All right. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes. Thank you so much. We're moving on. Number 9. Consideration and possible action to approve carryover funding for fiscal year 2027 and the corresponding budget amendment in the amount of $50,946.46 in the Probation Success Incentive Fund, and increase $7,498.38 in the Community Art Grant Fund. And this is adult probation. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. Kevin Manny for Coconino County Adult Probation. In regards to the incentive program, this is just an incentive grants
that needs to be rolled over fiscal year 2027. And then also in regards to the art grant, we utilize the funding from this. We've had it since 2018, and we've been utilizing it for our client art program. We want to spend a little bit more money working with local artists, and then also for clients from our emerging adult caseloads. So for a little bit of art therapy. Additionally, we'd like to utilize part of it for hiring a muralist within the office to spruce up some interview rooms that we have for our clients, our lobby, and then also our Bright Angel conference room.
Thank you very much. I think you pulled this, Supervisor Vasquez. Is there any questions you had, or is this just informational?
No, it's more informational. I just, anytime we're going to fund some kind of art project, we love to hear about it and just get the opportunity to highlight it so the community knows where their tax fund dollars are going. So thank you. Appreciate the work.
Thank you.
I have a motion to approve the carryover funding for fiscal year 2027 as read.
So moved.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's done. Thank you for being here, sir. Number 11, consideration and possible action to approve the cancellation of elections for special district boards eligible to be held on November 3rd, 2026 for special and school district that have no candidates or fewer than or equal to the number of candidates to be selected, and declare the candidates who have filed as elected as defined in Arizona statute 16-410 and 15-424. This is elections. I'm going to turn this to you, Erica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whitney Ushak is online as an attendee, and so our clerk, Lindsay, can you please promote Whitney?
And this is informational purposes so the community know who's been elected.
And Whitney is with us.
Hi, Whitney. You're on.
Hi, Chairwoman and members of the board. Thank you for this item. This is the cancellation for our special districts. So we are the filing office for special districts like our fire departments and our hospital special districts. If we have the same number of candidates that file with us as seats available for these offices, then they are canceled. And I believe that Cheryl Mango Paget, the superintendent of schools, is also in the room, and her office manages the school governing boards for their candidacy filing. So this is for our upcoming general election, which will be November 3rd, 2026 from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on election day. And the voter registration day is October 5th, and early voting starts October 7th.
You don't happen to have, Whitney, a list of the candidates that will, in fact, be deemed elected?
There is a list on the exhibit. It is quite a few. We actually have most of the special districts not going to ballot. The offices that will go to ballot is the Flagstaff Unified School District for candidates, Sedona Fire District, Highlands Fire District, and the Blue Ridge Fire District. All of the other special districts in our county are going to have canceled elections and will be deemed elected.
Thank you, Whitney. And actually, we do have it in our board packet, so thank you for that.
Great.
Any comments, questions, or otherwise I'd entertain a motion to approve the cancellation of elections for special districts and also for the election of those areas which have fewer candidates than the number of positions that are open. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is deemed done. So thank you, Whitney, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Okay. 14, consideration and possible action to accept an award from the Arizona Community Foundation of Flagstaff, the amount of $7,500 with no match for the purchase of 3 automatic external defibrillators for emergency management in the corresponding fiscal year 2027 budget adjustment, $7,500. And I see our emergency management director is with us. And I pulled this because I wanted to specifically thank the Arizona Community Foundation of Flagstaff for their generous grant to us for a very important need and allowing us the 3 defibrillators. So please extend, if you're online, or we will extend our thanks send them a thank you for this because it's really wonderful they've done this. So thank you. Good to see you, Tim.
Good to see you.
And it's not even, there's no fires, there's no floods. You're here for good things.
Well, now you jinxed it.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, these are a needed, three needed pieces of equipment that we've wanted to place in our mobile command trailer and then in a couple of our vehicles that surprisingly, our emergency management grants that we normally operate under do not allow the purchase of AEDs for it. So that's the same look that I had. So yeah, we looked at some available funding sources and met with Arizona Community Foundations, and they were gracious enough. Actually had the awards breakfast this morning. So the ACF and two of the other participating foundations contributed to allow us to purchase the grant. So we are grateful for their support.
Yes, we are. And they do great things for us here in Flagstaff and Coconino County. So thank you. All right, appreciate it. All those, do I have a motion to accept an award from the Arizona Community
So moved.
Foundation as read? I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and second made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's done. Thank you, Tim. Number
you.
15, consideration possible. We have to recall it. I don't think we need to do that. You feel you need to do that? No, yeah, Marissa, we're really sorry. I know that we missed you. The technology wasn't there, but I think Supervisor Begay did a great job. And so rather than having to recall that item, is it okay if we go forward? Or would you, it's up to you, Supervisor Begay. Oh.
The funds that are being raised are really for financial shortfalls for the cancer patients within the area.
Thank you.
So
That's important.
we'll just let it go.
Important distinction. And Marissa, thank you. I'm sorry our technology wasn't working. All right. Okay. Let's go on. Consideration of, where am I now? Let's see, this is what happens. 15, thanks. Consideration of possible action to adopt an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County, Arizona Department of Forest and Fire Management, who, by the way, he was up to visit with us here this week, so we appreciate that, for forest restoration and wildfire mitigation, valid for a period of 5 years from the date of signing. And we have with us our Emergency Management Director. Hi, Tim.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I want to turn this over to my Deputy Director, Aaron Grazier, but I will say this started as one of the ways for us to complete the work under our hazardous materials grant program for the Munns Park fuel reduction, which allow us to do some basically forest restoration equivalent work down on some of our private parcels in both Munns Park and Kachina Village. That spurred a larger conversation with the FFM, Director Torres and his staff, spearheaded by Aaron, that brings us to us today. But wanted to kind of turn it over to Aaron to give you just a quick overview of this agreement. And Jay, you're not out of this either. Come on up.
Well, yeah, and hopefully you can talk a little bit about what's going on with some of the DFFM work we're doing and Lowell and things like that. So thanks.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us here. Want to say that this has been a very fast-moving effort. We kind of noticed a strategic hole in our planning efforts. The way I compare it is we have a toolkit of tools that we can use to implement forest restoration projects to help protect this community from the wildfire risk. It's like grabbing a 9mm wrench out of the toolbox. We had a bunch of 12mm wrenches and we needed a 9mm wrench. And that 9mm wrench is this agreement with DFFM. It's going to allow us some definite increase in capacity that DFFM has with project planning and implementation. The agreement is a 5-year agreement for all aspects of forest health, wildfire mitigation, post-fire flooding, really any project that the county chooses to enter into with DFFM. This is an enabling agreement. Individual projects will have individual project task orders that will be negotiated between the parties to implement that specific project. So there'll be some more meat on the bone, so to speak, for those individual projects. So this is an overarching enabling agreement. Right now, there are only 2 other counties in the state that have this agreement with DFFM. The state is very interested in pursuing this with all 17 counties because they see the value of it, and I think the participating counties see the value of this also. So those are the wave tops. I'll turn it over to Jay if he has any comments to say on it. Oh, one other thing before I do. We did kind of go through some of the county's planning efforts. It's included in your packet to draw the importance of this agreement, some other efforts that are already currently either underway or have been passed by this board. They're reflected in your packet, but the big ones are the Envision 2045 County Comprehensive Plan, the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan that's in there, and of course, the great work that Jay's been doing with the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, all of which are reflected in specific building relationships to accomplish this work in the county. And I'll turn it over to Jay.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. You're going to get a forest restoration update in the next item in the agenda, which is, so we'll do the one there, but where this is going to be really critical is as the community wildfire defense grants are going to be opening up likely next month, according to Director Tom Torres from the forestry DFFM. And so we're going to be ready to jump into that because we have our CWPP in place, and this IGA will really help with capacity if we start moving in multiple communities where our staff can't really oversee all these. We can now lean on DFFM to do this service for us as they work on and utilize their contractor list and all the things that we need to really move these things through the communities.
It's great partnership. So thank you, and thanks for your work for getting it done. And you're right, only 2 counties. That's pretty amazing. So we're proud to be part of that. Any comments, questions, or I'd entertain a motion to adopt the intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and DFFM.
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So we're moving on. 16. Consideration of possible action to 1, award a bid 2026-07 to Low Mountain Construction, Inc., and 2, to approve the independent contractor agreement with Low Mountain Construction, Inc. to complete construction services for the Coconino County Operations Center and Vehicle Storage Building Project in the amount of $9,260,759 for a period from the date of approval through December 31st, 2028. We're really excited about this, and with us is our Facility Management Director, who's going to give us a little overview on what's going on.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Just a quick note, I'll be doing a high-level overview of the project today, but we will be coming back to the board next Tuesday to do a capital project update. So it'll include additional details specifically on this project. But we've been working on this for about a year through complete design. We went to a low bid process, and hence we're engaging with Low Mountain Construction Company. They are a smaller firm out of the Valley that's well-versed in building projects like this with other government entities. So they're going to be starting here shortly, probably within a couple of weeks. And what they will be doing is building 2 structures on the Sheep Hill campus. One structure is going to be the Emergency Operations Center, which will house flood control district. It'll house emergency management, and then it'll also have a emergency operations center in the center of it that is going to be approximately twice the size of the Ponderosa room where emergency management was holding the EOC. So from a scale perspective, I think most of us have been to the Ponderosa room. This project's been a long time coming. It's a very important project for both of the departments that will be working out of it. We've seen, obviously, over the last 10 to 15 to 20 years, an increase in the demand of the community for both services that emergency management provides, and then, obviously, the important work that flood control is doing on a daily basis. The second portion of the project, we've partnered with the Public Works Department. Christopher's here. Thank you for coming in. We will be building a 18,000 square foot vehicle storage barn, just a couple buildings north of where the operations center is. That was a project that was identified on their master plan that they did a number of years ago. A site master plan identified an expansion of that. We accelerated the timing of that due to the funding that we were able to secure for the operations center. So we believe we're getting good economy of scale with the same contract, same architect, same contractor to design both structures and to build both structures. So these projects will be happening simultaneously. This is a relatively large project. Total budget right now is just over $10 million with the design fees, and then 9.3 is what's being approved today for the construction. So pretty substantial. We're excited for it. I know Tim is excited for it. I know Lucinda's excited about it too, and Christopher is also. So we have everybody here that's going to be reaping the benefits.
We're
of it.
excited too.
Everybody's excited. So, like I said, more details to come next Tuesday. But if there's any questions today, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions? I know you'll be providing on it, and we're excited to have it done seriously. And we've seen some of the drawings, and we just want to see it breaking ground. Let's get it done.
Awesome.
All right.
We're excited.
I need a motion to be so excited. So, do we have a motion?
So move.
Motion by two people. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's get it done. 17. Consideration and possible action to approve attachment B, the intergovernmental agreement between Navajo Nation County for the N21 resurfacing project. And I see Public Works. We have Christopher Tressler with us. And please let us know what's going on here.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. Public Works has a working relationship with the Navajo Division of Transportation. And recently, the Navajo Division of Transportation allocated about $120 million to improve roads in different areas on Navajo Nation. The current agreement that we have with that Navajo Nation would be typically that we would provide a match and they would carry out the project. But in this case, we have the capacity to help them, and they are trying to deliver as fast as they can this $120 million worth of projects. So in this case, Public Works, Coconino County Public Works, is going to do the project administration of a relatively simple or straightforward project. It's on N21, and the road is over by Gap. It's an important road because it connects a lot of the rural parts of the rural communities to a hospital that's right there. So a council delegate has secured $3.5 million to resurface that road and make it an all-weather road. You might remember that the Board of Supervisors allocates $500,000 each year to help with tribal roads. And there's, we have about $2 million in the bank of this money that we're working to spend. We've spent some of that money more recently on emergency response to monsoon washouts of roads and culverts and things like that. And that's why we set up this IGA the way we have the new IGA to be able to use that funding for it. Another bucket of money within that IGA is to match funds. We're not looking to match the $3.5 million that Navajo Division of Transportation is putting forward. We do want to match about $350,000. So this project will be $3.8 million. It's the county already budgets for the $350,000 we'd like to put forward towards this project. We expect to deliver it in the next year, but the agreement and the expectation that it's delivered in the next 2 years. We're going to use outside contractor to help because a significant portion of this is just hauling of material, finding the right material, the right gravel, and hauling it to N21. So with this agreement, it's a modification, or it's an attachment or an addendum to the IGA we already have in place. And it's going to allow Public Works to support the resurfacing of this road and make it an all-weather road, help connection to the hospital. You're welcome.
Comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. This is very good news. I know that it's been in the works and lots of conversations and lots of work has been done on this. And N21 is just been always a challenge. Either it's too sandy or it's all of a sudden it's really muddy. And so, but it's a major corridor. The bus route is right through there. People travel. That's one of the short distance to get into a location on the using that road. So I just want to thank you for your patience and working through this and with your staff. I know they all get very involved in it. And you know how important this road is, and working with the nation, just trying to get all the funding in order. A lot of work on both sides. So I just want to thank you for that. And I know people that are traveling to work and just going about their daily business and the school routes. This is going to be everyone out there is going to be very happy with that resurfacing. So thank you very much for working on that and all the other roads. Deb and I were able to take a little tour just to see where we are with our roads. And after the storms that have come through, and you all really have done a great job in repairing where the washouts have happened and putting up the signs where don't go here, because it's hard to figure out, okay, do I go this way or do I go? But those signs are really important for people to understand that this is a washed out road, even though it looks like it's not, but as you drive on it, it's washed out. So pay attention to the signs as you're driving around. I just want to just give that out to the public out there. So thank you. Really appreciate your team. Thank you. And Navajo Nation team.
Supervisor Bouquet.
Well, Chris, thank you for the presentation. I just think that there are a lot of roads like that. Our roads are really terrible out there where people commute to the hospital, to their appointments, and the students, getting on the buses. It's really, there's so many roads that we have to consider within District 4, District 5, using the agreement that we have with the Navajo Nation. But I guess, I just want to thank you and your staff that you have really come forth when the floods came. I had 8 floods in my district. And then we sat down and the prioritization was happening. So I was really thankful that, the staff could, do that plan and to ensure that, we're thinking about the safety, of our students and our people out there in the communities. So, again, Sago, just keep on trucking, and we fully support you and your staff.
Anybody else? Otherwise, feel free. Yes, Christopher.
Chair Horseman and Supervisor Bouquet, I'd like to share that we're coming back, I believe it's next week, to give an update about Public Works. You mentioned that there's a lot of roads that are in disrepair. And next week, I'll highlight the 4 or 5 roads other roads that we have projects going on, and we're supporting those as well. So we'll be back with more information about other projects.
All right. At this point, I would entertain a important motion. Do I have a motion?
Before I make a motion, make sure the rest of those are in District 4. I'm just kidding. Make a motion at this time.
Okay, now we're going to start a fight. Okay. Do I have a motion on item number 17 to approve attachment B to the intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation and Coconino County for Route N21 resurfacing project? Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is approved. That's great news. Thank you, Christopher. Number 21, consideration possible action to approve a budget adjustment in the amount of $400,000 to accommodate the Arizona State Appropriations Senate Bill 1847 distributed from the Arizona Department of Administration directly to Coconino County Sheriff's Office to fund equipment and to handle other unbudgeted needs in local law enforcement. 2, a full-time equivalent FTE deputy through June 30th, 2027. And 3, and most importantly, purchase 2 canine vehicles with law enforcement uplifting and the purchase of dual-purpose canines. And when you're answering this, we also want to know, what is a dual-purpose canine?
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Brett Axland, Sheriff. Yes, like you said, this is a request for budget adjustment as a result of Senate Bill 1847 in the amount of $400,000. This is our 3rd year of receiving funding out of what's more commonly known as the Local Border Support Fund. So as far as the equipment and purchases that we are planning on making with this money, one is the equipment related to one of the canine, the canine program, as far as vet bills, food, and special equipment needed to train the dogs. We are also looking at the purchase of the 2 canine vehicles. You mentioned the upfitting of those vehicles, and that's all the things that are necessary to safely have a canine in operation in a patrol function, which are automatic door openers, automatic cooling systems, those types of things. That's correct. Yes, ma'am. Also, the purchase of a single dual purpose canine. The dual purpose means that we actually recruit our dogs out of one of the finest facilities in the nation, which is out of Riverside, California. The dual purpose dog, it means that it is both what we call a patrol dog, which is a dog that will go in search areas. If needed, it will use force to subdue a felony suspect. But it's also, and most importantly, most used is to indicate presence of drugs, illegal narcotics in vehicles or in other areas as needed. We also will be funding a canine deputy position. This will actually raise our canine teams to 3 canine teams. We will eventually here in the near future be losing one of those canine teams because of aging out. Canines don't last nearly as long as human beings, just due to how much they're used and just the lifespan of a canine patrol and drug canine. Perhaps what is just as important as what the money will fund, I think, is what the money will not fund. And the money out of this local border support fund, as we have in the last 2 years, we'll stand up and we will say that will not fund any kind of immigration enforcement. So it is just specifically relegated to the canine program for this fiscal year coming up.
Well, those canine patrols have been very effective for the drug, a lot of the drug stops.
Yes, they have. Very, very.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. So is the retiring canine, is that Dex?
It will be Dex.
It will be Dex. Do we know how he's going to live his tomorrows?
I am sure he will live with his handler.
I'm sure that he will. I don't know. I just wanted to know that. So good. Well,
so we're not there at that point yet, but that will be coming in the future. So
okay.
We're planning for the future now to get those animals trained and in place.
Yeah. Well, Dex has done such a good job for this county. Oh, we're going to miss him, but glad he's got a good home to go to.
Any other comments, questions, or otherwise I will entertain a motion as I previously read.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Motion and second made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll have to have a retirement party for Dex.
Right.
I was just thinking that, Chair, the retirement system for canines is even more generous than public safety. So congratulations to the canines.
We see dog bones in our future, I guess. All right, number 23, consideration possible action to appoint Emiliano Maestas, General Supervisor, Senior, Lovin Contracting, Arizona Carpenters Union, 1912, to a workforce development seat, and Joanne Yazi Pinoshi. Am I pronouncing that right? No, I'm really wrong.
I'm not sure myself,
Okay.
so.
Thank you. That's close. Piochi, owner, Antelope Valley Canyon Tours, to a business representative seat, and Gail Jackson, president, Acona, previously appointed to the Coconino County Board of Development Board, County Workforce Development Board, to a business representative seat, and the Community Economic Development Entity seat on the Coconino County Workforce Development Board for a term beginning August 25th, 2026, and ending on August 24th, 2028. And I appreciate you being here with us today. And I also appreciate the individuals who have joined and will be coming forward to join our Workforce Development Board, very, very important board for all of us in Coconino County, and also identify what seat that they will be representing. I think that's important given our statutory requirements. So thank you. Thank you for being with us this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. First, I would like to thank you for bringing us some new members. It's very hard to recruit people for these positions, especially that union seat,
that Emiliano is moving into is a really hard seat to fill. We don't have a lot of union representation in Coconino County. And then getting geographic representation, that's really hard to do as well. A lot of our board is Flagstaff centric, and that is not representative of all of Coconino County. So I appreciate you doing that. And I appreciate the 2 new members that we have and Gail for actually agreeing to the 2 new members and Gail for agreeing to re-up her time with the board. I appreciate that as well. So if any of the members are on and would like to speak.
Are any of the members up?
Yes, Madam Chair. So Gail is promoted to a panelist, so she's able to speak. And it looks like Joanne is still an attendee. I can see her there. And Emiliano was with us, but it appears he has dropped off. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That is correct.
All right. Well, let's start with Gail or Joanne. Joanne seems to be
Yes.
up. So, oh no, Gail's up. Hey, Gail, thank you for being with us first. And thank you for, again, joining us on that Workforce Development Board and how important it is. And we appreciate your dedication, commitment, and your experience on the board. So thanks for being here with us today, and thank you for signing up again.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve on the Workforce Development Board. Appreciate your confidence. Workforce development and economic development are so deeply connected. And this next 2 years, I have very high expectations that those two will intersect and they will move forward as one, because that's what we need in order to move our county forward. So I'm just grateful and thank you for the reappointment.
Thank you, and thank you. And Joanne, thank you for being with us.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you great.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I am very excited about working with this program, especially being from Page Lake Powell area, so that representing the Northern District. And so looking forward to working with the Workforce Board. So thank you, and for supporting me on this panel, on this new journey that I will be participating in. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you for agreeing to join the board. It's such an important part of the services and to provide important assistance, quite frankly, to our business communities and for business development. So you're right. I think this is part of economic development and an important opportunity for so many people in Coconino County. So thank you for all what you do and for those that are willing to serve. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, Joanne, thank you so much for taking the time to volunteer with our committee at Workforce Development Board, and that representation from our northern county is very important. So thank you for stepping forward and willing to serve in this position. Yeah.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to recognize all 3 candidates for joining the board. In particular, I wanted to say thank you to Gail Jackson for re-upping, because I know she's been on the board for a minute and has put in a lot of time. And so I appreciate her taking a new role, but also filling in one of the seats we need to get filled. And then also appreciate the other 2 candidates. Both having a union representative is really important. And so I'm really grateful to Emiliano for stepping up and joining and being part of this board, and also to the young lady from the northern region for being part of the board, so we can have more geographic equity on our board as we move forward and think about economic development in Coconino County. So thank you.
Chairperson Emiliano is on virtually. I don't know if you want to introduce himself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to Gail and Emiliano to the board as well, and for your volunteerism. It's a great commitment to do, and really appreciate your volunteering. Thank you.
Emiliano, it looks like we've got you out working, so good for you, and thank you for being with us today. Please.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emiliano Maestas. I'm a 28-year union member. Been in the workforce my whole life since I was 14 years old. I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to getting to know each and every one of you individually and throughout the community, joining in what we got to do to get this workforce stronger and develop a better community outlook and opportunity for people to get into.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your commitment to Coconino County.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank you. With that, we're going to entertain a motion to appoint the individuals as previously read. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you again. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back. We have more to do, so thank you. Was a flood control district. That's why Lucinda's up there.
Mhm.
Do
So
I have a
move.
Motion?
So move.
Second? Motion and second made. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We are now the flood control district, and we have a consent agenda item on it. We have Lucinda Andriani, our flood control district director, with us. This is 24, consideration possible action to approve Amendment 28 to the Construction Manager at Risk Agreement from RFQ 2023-106 with Tiffany Construction Company for pipeline flood mitigation on forest watershed restoration projects. And Amendment 28 provides for construction services to complete pipeline on forest mitigation repairs and enhancements on the Coconino National Forest for a total guaranteed maximum price of $247,388.85. Members of the board, this is on the consent agenda. Do you want it to remove it, or would you like a motion to accept the consent agenda as read?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
Do we have a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, thank you. Members of the board, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Second. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. We are now needing to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Members of the board, we have Jail District Consent Agenda items 25 and 26 as more fully set forth on our agenda. Do we want to remove them, or do I have a motion to accept the Jail District Consent Agenda?
Seeing no opposition, I'll make a motion that we accept the jail district consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Second made. All those in favor of the Jail District Consent Agenda signify by saying aye.
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 It is passed unanimously. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Did we miss, you two are both looking at me, did we miss something? Oh, good. All right. What did we do? All right, great. Well, we're on item number 27. A little behind, but that's okay. This is discussion update regarding state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters. So, of course, we have our Government Affairs Director, Keith Breckus, with us. Hello, Keith. What do you have to say?
Hello, good afternoon. I will be brief, board and stuff. Well, what I'll do is we'll cover the CSA Policy Summit. I think that's on people's minds. It's about 6 weeks away. And James and I will tag team this because we're sort of the co-leads on the summit stuff. And it's not a consent agenda item, so I guess you guys can't pass without me talking. So, but we'll do our best. So what we're going to do is, in terms of the summit, we have the runner show there. James is going to probably talk about Monday and Tuesday, and then I'll talk about some of the policy and stuff. So I will turn it over to him. I'm sure he has as much charisma as I do, so it's his turn.
Okay, awkward, but here we go. So like Keith said, though,
Able to speak in your own defense, James.
I am. Thank you. Thank you. But no, in all seriousness, we'll use the draft summit agenda as kind of a vehicle, and we would love today to get your feedback. But most of all, I want to just assure you that we're in a really good place, being 6 weeks out with the summit. We've had some really in-depth discussions, a lot of logistical planning, specifically with the pre-conference workshop. So very excited to tell you about those. But yeah, I'll just start with Monday, October 5th, when the summit really starts in earnest with the golf tournament. So pretty good registration numbers. I think we're sitting around 15 or so people that have registered so far for the golf tournament, which I think is
Anybody from Coconino County?
I don't think so.
Our
I'm looking at Erica. Oh, maybe.
This is our bringer.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Well, we
thank
had,
you.
we had a couple of county slots open today, so.
Yes, apparently I was accidentally signed up for golf and I don't golf, and so was Diana. Apparently she doesn't golf either. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I golf really, really, really badly. All right, then Supervisor Fowler is going to be our representative.
So on Monday, we'll have in the morning the golf tournament. By the way, it's at the Continental Golf Club, so we're excited to host the tournament there and showcase a really beautiful golf facility here in Flagstaff. Lunch is provided as part of that. The golf program is being paid by sponsorships, and so Keith and I are getting more involved in the golf planning at this point with recent transitions, and so we have a meeting on Thursday to really get into all the specifics. So there will be a dinner portion of that as well, but I think that'll be a great way to really kick off the summit for those that are interested in golf. So excited for that. And then we'll segue into Tuesday when I think really more of the supervisors and attendees of the summit will be getting into town. That's that morning is the pre-conference workshops that I was alluding to. So really a great opportunity for the county and all of you as supervisors to showcase the really innovative best practices, programs that the county has. And so we have sort of 3 different tracks, 3 different workshops or tours that we'll offer. One that Diana is helping to lead, centered on the CJCC group, talking about the Justice Bus. Also using that as an opportunity to talk about sort of legislative and funding priorities. It's very important, not just to showcase what we're doing, but then to use that as a jumping off point for some of the priorities that we want to have in the legislative session moving forward. So we'll be out at the Hope Center that day doing a tour of the Hope Center. So that's kind of the first track. And then we also are working with Cynthia's team and the community development team. So at Fort Tuthill, we'll have a program dealing with land use, again, an area that Coconino County is very well known for, and talking about partnerships, the way that you build community through sustainable planning. So we'll talk about innovative uses of public lands and community investment. And so community development will be helping to present that. Cynthia's team will be talking about all of the really innovative public-private partnerships that we have at Fort Tuthill Park. And so kind of marrying those 2 topics together and really focusing how can you sustain community and sustain public property investment in innovative ways.
Is this the solar part too? They're going to.
It is.
Of the Babbitt ranches.
Yes, so we'll have our ranching partners with us that day as well, working with Jess to give that presentation. I know data centers are also a topic that people are interested to talk about. So there's some intersection there. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that can be talked about in that context. So we're excited about that and hosting that at Fort Tuthill. And then our last track is talking about constant community threats, basically the intersection of emergency management, forestry best practices, wildfire, post-wildfire flooding. And so that's a pretty interesting tour. We'll be taking those attendees on 3 stops around the county, around the Flagstaff area. So we'll go over to Lowell and we'll look at the forestry thinning that's going on there. Cool. Talk about, obviously how you can help mitigate wildfire risk. And then we'll be going to Peaks View Park and providing lunch and a tour of the mobile EOC at that point to talk about after emergencies do happen, how the EOC is used, how emergency management helps to work with our partners and manage those crises. And then finally from Peaks View Park, then we'll be going to check out the pipeline fire flood mitigation project and really the great work that Lucinda and her team are doing there. So I think there's kind of something for everybody. I don't expect that every conference attendee is going to attend the pre-conference workshops, but I think we have a really interesting array of topics.
Quite frankly, these are the most interesting, not just because it's Coconino County, but it is the most interesting array of pre-tours that I've seen in any of the CSAs. Yeah. So I want to thank you all for your work on getting those together. And we as the board, I hope that a supervisor will be at every single one of these, not to do the welcome, but to also answer questions, et cetera. This is the County Supervisors Association meeting, and I think it's great to really, for us as the supervisors to be there for these. So let's make sure we have a supervisor attending each.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Your comments well taken, and what Keith and I would love to do is to come to you as a body with all of the ways that you can really speak and be positioned in the summit. And so kind of go through those strategically and figure out how you can play a very prominent role and represent our county. So look forward to that discussion very much. So after the pre-conference workshops should kick off around 10 or 11 a.m. On that Tuesday. We're cognizant, of course, people are traveling to be here. And so we're working on kind of fine tuning it a little bit to make sure that we can accommodate people's schedules and should wrap up by about 3 o'clock. We are working to provide transportation, so we want to make it a pretty seamless experience for attendees. So we'll be picking them up at the Drury and then getting them to each of those 3 workshops and then getting them back by around 3 o'clock is what we're thinking based on just the logistical details in the run of show as we know it right now.
So the Drury Inn is the hotel.
Conference hotel, yes, correct, Madam Chair. From that point on Tuesday, so people will get back, and at that point, they're getting ready for the 5 p.m. CSA welcome reception, again, at the Drury Hotel, that is the conference hotel. There are 3 total hotels, but all of the hub of activity is going to be at the Drury and the High Country, obviously, center there. And then we don't have a ton of involvement, honestly, at 6 o'clock. So there's 2 dinners in the summit. There's the CSA kind of hosted dinner that's at 6 p.m. on that Tuesday. We are, however, I do want to highlight and thank Sheriff Axland. He's providing his honor guard for the sheriff's office to help post the colors and do the appropriate recognitions that way. So wanted to highlight our involvement in that part of Tuesday evening. And then at that point, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Keith to talk about Wednesday and Thursday. But by Wednesday, we're really into the real meat of the agenda. And so, Keith, I'll let you go through that a little bit.
That was great. That was very thorough. I'll try not to miss anything on my part. But so registration is on Wednesday, and then Wednesday, if for those of you who've been to the CSA Summit before, maybe that everybody was there last year, right? So I guess everybody's been through at least one of those. That is when they will introduce all the policy resolutions. The one thing I will point out this year is there are 31 resolutions. Last year, I think there were 18 initially, so we're almost double that. So we have talked to CSA. They are going to probably start the policy resolutions part earlier in the morning. Usually they only do that in the afternoon, but what they're going to do is they'll have the legislative panel. I think sometimes they have, I remember they'll go through legislative stuff, but also their legislative panel, I think maybe this year will give they'll probably have representatives from both parties kind of giving what's the political landscape going to look like, and not really election predictions, but they'll talk about different possibilities and what to kind of expect, because even though we're nonpartisan and they'll present it as such, how the elections go can shape which policy resolutions move or who we end up talking to and who's in the majority and who's on the committees. But there will be 31 resolutions, so we'll be mindful of that in terms of what the other counties are bringing forward as well. I did get to go down to Tubac and spend some time at the County Managers Association. I have all 31 resolutions. We will go over through them and give some recommendations, but we'll get them out to you all so that you can have a look at them too. CSA usually writes up a bunch of analysis and other stuff. They do a really good job with what we give them. They often even include charts and data. We don't have all that stuff yet. They got to pour through them, but we will probably share with you what the initial stuff looks like. And then as we get more of the information, we can make recommendations as to which ones we're going to be support, oppose, or be neutral on. And we've talked to some other counties. We do have joint sponsorship on some of our resolutions, so we're doing the legwork to get them on, particularly on the short-term rentals. We have Pima and Yavapai on board already, and some of the other ones we have Pima. Let's see, so then we will go through the resolutions during the day. They'll break for lunch, and then it'll be a CSA-hosted lunch in that day. The work session will go all day on Wednesday, and then in the evening is kind of our big event to showcase what we have in Coconino County. So the Coconino-sponsored dinner will be up at Lowell Observatory of Opportunity. People will have a chance to interact with the stuff up there, and hopefully, if it's a clear day, also look through the telescopes and see all that Lowell has to offer. Usually October is pretty good for that. You never know. I mean, we could have a snowstorm and they can see snowflakes through a telescope, but we hope that doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, we don't want to see the snowflakes through the telescope, but even if for some reason that doesn't happen, the Discovery Center is such a vibrant and such a great place. And quite frankly, I'm sure they would do a tour of the Clark telescope and some of the telescopes there. So even if for some reason the night sky does not cooperate, there's just so much that can be done, that will be done there. So, and are they going to do, could we get them to do one of the movies for us?
We could check. Yeah, we'll look at what we're doing. Yep.
Let me know, and I'll see what we can do, because those are so unbelievably cool. So, and they have what is it, something Galaxies in the Universe, and there's a second one that they're doing too. So
yeah, there should
it would be great if
ton of cool stuff. Yep.
So.
And then Fat Olives is doing the dinner there or catering it. And then for that one, we do have, yeah. And for that one, we will, we do have the use of a bus we can probably do the full circle of stopping at all 3 hotels, the main conference hotel is the Durian, but there'll also be some people at the Hyatt and also at the High Country Motor Lodge. So we'll do the circle and circle probably with a bus or 2. We're working out all the transportation details, but we do have the Mountain Lion can help on that. I always mix up whatever the organization's called. But anyways, the local people can provide bus service that day. We'll have to figure out some other stuff on Tuesday and probably have vans and stuff. But so that's the dinner on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, the caucuses will meet for breakfast, the large county, medium county, and small county caucus. I believe Supervisor Fowler is chair of the medium county caucus. So that's exciting. And then the work group session after that, that's usually when they just vote on the policy proposals. Usually there's very limited discussion the next morning. Most of the discussion happens on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, they kind of try to move pretty quickly to the vote. Sometimes stuff can come up, but usually, especially with 31, they'll try to move the vote quickly, and then we'll have adjournment after that. Both James and I are here for questions, if you have any questions or comments. Oh, I should mention, I'm sorry, we are meeting weekly too with them, with the planning, and both our DCMs are involved. So we know that those 6 weeks will go really fast. So we're really digging in now to make sure that, we don't leave anything out through the process.
Right, and we want to make sure that, we're helpful both with our district directors, but also with the board itself. So really look forward to the continuing discussion. Yes, Erica, and then.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks so much. So thanks to the whole committee, and thanks to Keith and to James, also to Melissa and communications. We'll be having a bunch of flyers that CSA will be able to send out about all 3 of the breakouts, as well as dinner, as well as that we will be having Tom Alexander available at the conference on one day for as part of, instead of more stuff in the welcome bags, although there will be welcome bags, that each of the supervisors will be available to have a headshot taken at CSA. And then it'll be emailed to them. So we thought that would be something that they might value. Some of them might not have had a headshot recently, and so something they can have and use. So which day is that, Keith? Is that Wednesday?
I think it'll be Wednesday on the main day.
All
and that's a
day.
good thing because everybody's better looking in Coconino County, so they can come up into it. So even if you're not from here. So.
He is just full of it today.
Yeah, he has the jokes today.
Every day.
This
Summer
CSA
recess was
planning-
too long. I had too much
CSA planning
material.
makes him so excited. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what to say with that. All right, any other comments or questions? Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. No, it looks great, and 31 proposals is going to be a lot, and that's going to be a lot of work. Looking at some of the outside times or whatnot, the tours, and those look like they're a lot of fun. And on the dinners, I was wondering if there are going to be any cultural performances. I know last time when we hosted at the Pepsi Amphitheater, the Ballet Folklorico performed. I would like to see some kind of representation of our different histories here at Coconino County. And I don't know how that's highlighted. I don't know if that's through the tours or during the tours or specific presentations. But some of the things that would be nice to include in there would be the Arlea Guadalupe 100-year anniversary, the 100-year anniversary of Route 66, obviously, Juneteenth, Pride in the Pines, the Navajo Code Talkers, and maybe, like I said, the Folklorico or some other cultural group. So I know it's tight, and I know you're going to be looking. But I did want to put it out there and really ask that we try to highlight those things that make Coconino County so unique and special. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Vasquez, we will also be having a slideshow that is playing during the transitions in the program.
as one of the areas in which we are planning to highlight the 100th anniversary of Route 66, of Our Lady of Guadalupe, of Dark Skies. And so we'll have that. We actually chose to have a slideshow because we know there are a lot of opportunities in those moments for networking conversations that are so important and that people visit. And so we didn't want to distract with a video as much as we wanted to also have that slideshow running, also with pictures of our beautiful county. So we'll intersperse programs and events and anniversaries and landscapes.
Sure.
No, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I just want to say with the IMAX at the Lowell Observatory, it'd be really cool to see something, obviously, with the stars, but it'd also be really cool to show something that has Coconino County. I know they have the IMAX of the Grand Canyon river trip, Colorado river trip, or something to like that. It doesn't have to be a long, movie, just like a 10, 15-minute, but that experience would be pretty cool to have something local, Coconino County, up on that IMAX. Thank you.
Well, IMAX requires specialized equipment and special, so I'm not sure that we can do it on the IMAX, but I think we can do it in other ways here, so.
Not just Supervisor Fowler's recent videos from her trip.
We can do that.
Show that.
We haven't seen those yet. Wait a minute, how I spent my river trip, so. Yeah, well, you should tell that story. She and, all of us that have done the Colorado River have always been concerned about quicksand. And I've always been very concerned about quicksand and being very careful. Well, tell us your story, Supervisor Fowler.
And she's already sharing it. No, we were on the last day. Wasn't the last day, almost the last day. Anyway, the days just merged together after a while. But anyway, yeah, we were at it's very slippery along the Colorado River right now, just because of the river is very muddy. Little Colorado River, usually turquoise blue. It's very muddy. It's just the tributaries with all the rain and everything. It's just carrying all kinds of debris. And so I had to go in the water, and my legs just sunk. And I just telling everybody, if you get stuck in a quicksand, lay down. Well, I'm explaining to everyone, this is not scary, but you just have to work your way out. And there was another guy coming here, and he just like sunk in, and he started going like this. I said, don't do that, just lay down. Which way do you lay down, Lay down is like forward. So anyway, yeah, there's quicksand, and we got out, but I think it was a good learning opportunities for out here. But anyway, yeah, just so I wanted to ask, Madam Chair, I want to ask on your partnership. We've been asked a couple of times, or I have, about partnerships with tribes. We have partnerships in various ways that we've had partnerships in the courts. I'm sure Diane's I don't know who's doing the justice bus, but that's one. But we also do the roads, which was just presented. And people have asked, how do we do that? What does it mean, partnership? Because it's we're the state of Arizona or the arm of state of Arizona, and how do you work with tribes? It might be interesting. I know that this is probably already filled up, but it would have been great to include something with tribes in there. Because I don't know if other counties have it, but I know that supervisors are curious about that. And I don't know if you have any rooms on this or not. It's just a thought. And then just as far as like, we have such a diverse community, and like even the photo of the Colorado River, we have the river runners, and we're always focused on the fire and all of that, which is really great. Oh, we flew over the Dragon Bravo fire, and it's all green. I have photos that I want to share with you guys on that. Yeah. and it's just green because of the rain. Yeah, it's just really amazing how the Mother Nature just comes back and being able to take care of itself and rejuvenate. So, yeah.
To both your point and Vice Chair Vasquez, is I think not everything is etched in stone yet. So I think we will try to work. One thing we want to make sure is that we do highlight the diversity and complexity of our cultures and our landscapes. I know a lot of the events will be here around Flagstaff for logistical reasons. We can't travel as far, but I think we need to find ways to incorporate the rest of the county into visual presentations and into some of our discussions. I know having the ranchers from out in different parts of the district does bring in other parts into the discussion, even though we won't be on the ranches. Also, same thing with, I think, highlighting some of the cultural stuff. We'll work on that. Tribal partnerships, we also have to think about who inviting. So we'll have discussions with people about different things that we can include. One thing that's a little bit different, not doing it at Fort Todd Hill, is I think we'll have limited opportunities for live entertainment in terms of the fact that the space is very tight, and also the way that people interact at the dinners. I think not having live music in the background probably be helpful because people want to talk and stuff. So we'll have to figure out what the best way to incorporate some of those other things is without sort of interrupting some of the event planning that's already in place or how things are set up. So,
Well, and it might be easier to do that at the Drury Inn.
Possibly at
Yeah,
the
that would
High
probably be
Conference,
the
yeah,
much
yeah.
easier to do it there.
Any other thoughts, James, or either DCMs? Oh, thank you.
Glad somebody does.
Yeah. See how I managed to get a compliment out of him by doing that. So it was awkward at the beginning, but it all worked. So.
Oh, that was great. Thank you. I'm sorry, Supervisor Begay. Yes. You aren't off the hook.
I have a lot of questions. May take like half an hour. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to thank everyone here on the board, my colleagues, for really being considerate of us being diverse. And I think that, we in anything we do, we always talk about how we help. We're representing our people out there in the communities, and there's all sorts of tribes out there. There's all sorts of people that we serve, and so I just want to say that I for one think that from the outside, people don't see things that are the way we do here with especially with our tribal people that do have expertise like with dances or even the saying the Pledge of Allegiance in Navajo or Hopi, or so there's a lot of things that we can share too, because that's Coconino County, and so I just want to say that. So thank you for thinking about trying to see how we can put some in there in this program for the people to see. So thank you so much.
And then also to what the chair said earlier, we will work with all of you. Each of you will have a presence at the summit, so an opportunity to talk, maybe introduce people to things. Like she said, I think at least one person, one county supervisor at each of the pre-conference events, and then you can put your little flavor on it. You also probably have a chance to welcome people or maybe to give a invocation or whatever. We'll try to work with that to have a schedule where everybody feels like they have an opportunity to address all the supervisors and can put their stamp on that and make sure that we give a welcoming experience to them. Because I know these are your peers and they do look up to Coconino County in many ways, and I think we can continue to build upon that, and it should be a fun event.
It should be it really does sound like a great event. So thank you. I'm assuming that part of what they will get is the little brochure, that's a very cool brochure, which also really highlights the diversity and the cultures here in Coconino County. So I'm hopeful that will be provided to everyone in their bags or at some point. And our 135th coin, do we have those? So
Yes,
they're-
they will be getting those. Yep.
anniversary coin and those. Good. Very cool. Wish we had I wish we had the historic jail all ready for 'em. So we can maybe have them each could spend an hour in the jail or something. Yeah, free of charge. All right, good. Any other comments, questions? So thank you. All right, we're moving along. Discussion and possible action regarding the Board of Supervisors planning calendar. I don't think we need to go through it through the whole year, but probably just kind of get us through the next few months. So if you could.
Sure, happy to do that, Madam Chair. So as we look at our upcoming meetings and our upcoming events, September is an incredibly busy time. There are so many rows in green, but our next board meeting is on September 1st, and that's a 10 a.m. Meeting. You can see that we are going to have several different presentations on that day, including an update on the county fair, and which is also rapidly approaching. So that will be fantastic. And then following our September 1st board meeting.
I'm sorry, I guess we don't have copies of the.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right.
Lindsay's been updating it, I believe. And the September 1st board meeting has changed dramatically in the last few days. We've moved some things up into that space. And also in September, we have 3 board meetings. We have the September 1st board meeting, the September 15th board meeting, and then we have added a September 29th board meeting. So there will be 3 board meetings in September. So wanted to just make the board aware that we are in the process of adding the September 29th board meeting. That was not previously on the planning calendar. So wanted to make sure.
And there's a reason for that.
Yes.
The reason for it is because we have somebody who's going to present on is it the workforce development?
The workforce development.
It's a decision
Yes.
that we need to have made. And the other problem is this, that we will not, if we don't have it on the 29th, we are not going to have a board meeting
Until October 13th. So it was really going to back up the consent agenda. The other thing that we're working on adding is getting an update from High Country Humane. So that will be added. And then on September 15th, one of the things that we added to the evening meeting is an update from the CJCC on the strategic plan, and also kind of a Justice Bus year in review. And Judge Reed is able to join us on September 15th at the 5 p.m. meeting because it doesn't conflict with his court schedule. So we've been moving those items around that we've been working to schedule and making sure that we can work with everyone's calendars. So really appreciative to everyone who's been so flexible in moving those times.
We have only 2 meetings in October and 2 meetings in November and 2 meetings in December. So that's another reason too. We have a lot of work to get done when we usually have, 3 meetings a month.
We have 3 in November, but we are looking at possibly we might end up canceling, depending on what we have, that meeting that's on the Monday before Thanksgiving. So that's one of the other
we have the Monday.
things. Yep.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, if we could cancel that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we could move some things up and maybe cancel that one, that would be fantastic as well. On September 3rd, there's the Anti-Hunger Summit at Grace Community Church. Also on September 3rd is the warrant resolution event at Arizona at Work, DES. Then the county fair, September 4th to the 7th. September 8th is the Moonshot Business Pitch Competition in Flagstaff, and the 9th is the Williams Moonshot Business Pitch Competition. Also on September 8th, something that we'll be adding to this is for quorum posting is Bill Ring's retirement party, which will be here in the board chambers. So that'll be added on September 8th. On September
I think that's 3:30.
3 to 5, I believe. Yes. September 11th is the Veteran Stand Down at Williams, which we talked about today. September 12th is the Williams Patriot Day Parade, which is also, I believe we talked about today. And then September 14th, which will be added, it was added, Lindsay's ahead of me, is the Killip School After School Program event. So thanks to Lindsay for already getting that on. Then we have the evening meeting on September 15th. And then just wanted to go through a couple of the other events in September and early October, just for your awareness. September 17th is the CSA Board of Directors meeting. It's also the Justice 2045 Community Strategic Planning Conference. September 18th is the Chalk Community Recognition Breakfast at the American Legion. September 22nd, National Public Service Awards in Fredonia. Then September 23rd, the National Public Service Awards in Page. Usually we do Page first and then Fredonia, but it just worked out better for everyone to do Fredonia first. Then September 29th, we'll have that next board meeting. September 30th, the ACO County visit. September 30th through the 3rd, the NACO WIR meeting, which the chair is attending. October 1st through the 3rd, the Flagstaff Star Party at Buffalo Park. October 3rd, Gonzales Ranch dedication. And then October 6th through 8th, CSA, which we spoke about at length. And then immediately followed October 8th through 11th by the Western Navajo Fair in Tuba City, which we have a large presence there as well. And that's always an amazing event. And then October 10th and 11th, the Route 66 Main Street of America film screening at the Orpheum. And then on October 13th, there are tours of the old jail, and we'll be posting one of those for a quorum based on your RSVPs. And then we have an evening meeting on October 13th at 6 p.m. following the jail tours. So there's lots more, but I'll pause there.
Arizona State Transportation.
Yes, Arizona State Transportation Board. The Rural Transportation Summit is October 14th to the 16th. And the board meeting is the 16th. So lots of great events. Obviously, everything very important. The community appreciation event for the Pipeline Flood Mitigation Project on the 17th, and the Navajo Bridge Star Party on the 17th. Our board retreat on the 20th. So many amazing things coming up. And we'll also need to add possibly the Festival of Science to the planning calendar as well, as we heard today. So also, one of the things we were discussing is depending on time constraints, I believe Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, we're in the process of getting information about a ribbon cutting at Grand Canyon Water Treatment Facility. And so that
is going to be an invitation only, so.
Yes, and so we might have to move the October 27th meeting time
We'll
back.
find out the time, and Supervisor Fowler, I think they're expecting you and I to be there at that one, so. The
October
ribbon
20
cutting for the water pipeline at Grand Canyon.
Yep. So that'll be October 27th. So depending on the time of that, we may need to move the October 27th board meeting start time back from 10 a.m. So we'll keep everyone posted on that. We know that your calendars fill up quickly, and we certainly want to let you know as soon as possible.
We had the Grand Canyon meeting with the superintendent a couple days ago. You were on the river.
All right. Are there any questions for me about the calendar? There's
I'm exhausted.
such a busy time in September and October.
Wait till December. I mean, you think this is?
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
So. All
Thank
right.
you.
We're moving on.
It makes me hungry thinking about all the snacks we'll need in the car.
So we have discussion and update, County Manager. I think we've done that, right? Members of the board, we have our round table. And I know we did a quick one last time, and I'm going to ask, we do a quick one this time. And I'm going to ask everybody to come up with one of the most important thing to share from their district in this last week. And with that, I'm going to start with Supervisor Vasquez in District 2.
All right, thank you. I'll make it quick. There's been some issues in the community regarding confusion about ICE being there, and so we've been working through the office to put a statement to clarify what's been going on. There's also been confusion with unlicensed food vendors in our community, and so we're also working on putting out information to the community that unlicensed food vendors are a public safety hazard, and that's why we're going and talking to the different vendors, and if they are unlicensed, working with them to try to get them licensed, because it's not that we don't want them to work, we just want them to do it in a safe way so that the public can eat safely. And so if I had to make a quick summary, that would be something, the two things that we've been working on in District 2 recently. Thank you.
District number 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it was not last week, but the week before, Lucinda and Jay and I presented at, well, actually, they did the presenting at the Williams City Council regarding the forest restoration that is going on Bill Williams Mountain.
Great.
And yeah, the community really appreciated that, and City Council did, just so you guys know that. They really appreciated that update. And then last week, of course, Chair, you were there last Friday. We had an opportunity to meet with Tom Torres, the DFFM director, about other upcoming forest restoration projects that'll be happening in Coconino County.
Thank you. District 4.
Thank you, Chair. Still working on floods. It's been really hard because families had washed their homes washed out, and trying to get them into NHA housing. And so been busy with that. And then also there's a recent project that we've been exposed to. It's called the MAXT Sports Academy. And it's a group that's going to come out, and they really want to start integrating advanced athletic training, academic support, sports medicine, and human performance development within an Olympic style environment. And so this is going to be by Coconino. Navajo Housing Authority has some land there, and they're in the process of talking to NHA, and they want to buy that area so they can do that. Then on top of that, what they would like to do is we told them that since they're talking about housing too, we just told her that their need is there for student housing, family housing, rural housing, and then also a big gymnasium of some type. And as far as our kids are concerned, as playing basketball, sports, volleyball, whatever it may be, we don't have a place for them anywhere on the reservation. When we've been resorting to the schools, and now we're limited in some areas, even in the school systems, because there's things that are scheduled and it's kind of interfering. So I said our kids go all the way to Hawaii just to play basketball out there. And I said, and I did use the example of where we went to the Coliseum in Phoenix, and there was over 60,000 people in attendance in that gym, and they all support one another throughout the reservation. So there's a Nalby group, and there's other groups all the way for little peewees, kids all the way up to the high school and some beyond. So they're really open to a lot of suggestions. So we've had our meeting with them, and so that I think that's something that is a big plus for our district, because it's within our district, and hopefully something comes of it, because they're willing to give back to the community.
Thank you. At District 5.
Yeah, thank you. Star Party was mentioned. That's on October 17th. It's going to start around 7 a.m. And we have put out a call to all amateur astronomers to bring their telescopes and just line it up across the Navajo Bridge right over the Colorado River at Marble Canyon. So all of those listening out there, and pass the word on, please come on out, and you will be able to have a huge star party. look at the constellations. And then we, by great demand, we have received, we are bringing back Dr. Henry Fowler with his presentation from the Navajo side. And we work with Loeb Observatory on this project. And we stopped during the pandemic 2020, and we're now bringing it back. People have been asking, so it's really, we're really excited about it. We also met with Canab Chamber of Commerce. I know you said one, but I got to mention this one. Chamber of Commerce, Tim, our county emergency manager, and also John with economic development. We went there to meet with our and continue to have conversations with communities about our recovery plan for the North Rim. And it was really well received. It was really a good meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and in Canab. So that's the Utah businesses. And we're gonna be continuing to meet with various communities and partners to make sure that they understand and see where they fit in and how they can make it their own, and see how we can all partner together. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Right, District 1, that's me. This last week, of course, while you were on the Colorado River, I hope you opened up as many gallon buckets you could to save some of the water for Arizona, because one of the things I've been working on, which is surpasses just District 1, is the whole Colorado River Compact. And as you know, the decision finally came out from Secretary of the Interior. Usually we have 2.8 million acre feet in our allotment, and our allotment has been reduced by 760,000 acre feet. So it's a big cut for Arizona. As you know, I have been appointed by the governor to sit on the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority Board, which has been put out with the mandate to try to come up with augmented water. That is water that doesn't exist in Arizona now, to bring water in to help with our water crisis, and I think it is a water crisis. WIFA was originally funded, and then all the money got taken away, or a lot of the money got taken away. We still have quite a bit, and we have a mandate to still try to bring augmented water in. But when everybody in the West is fighting over the water and water rights, that is getting to be a harder and harder something to accomplish. There was a long article in the Arizona Daily Sun this morning that really talked about the two projects that we have brought forward for an initial stage and an initial plan to try to bring augmented water into Arizona. They were pretty critical, actually, but you know, it is, like I said, a very hard. We really have to think outside the box. We need some of Bill Ring's ability to think outside the box, because it's going to be a hard nut for us to crack here in Arizona, and absolutely essential for our future here in Coconino County and really the whole state of Arizona. Something that the country's got to deal with, and we'll be, I'm sure, working on this probably for the rest of each one of our lives. But that's pretty much what I've been doing this week. With that, on that great, it's something, say something positive. You say something positive after that.
Can I add to the Colorado River, or the Colorado, or the water? Yeah. You know, a dead pool is at 3,770 feet above sea level, and it is currently 3,518. So we're close. We're very nervous communities right now.
Absolutely.
So we are. Drastic actions are being taken.
And the river runners too. I mean,
the river is low.
Yeah,
absolutely. It is low. You can see all the ripples of all the.
That's why you got caught in that quicksand.
Yes.
That's so low right now. So. Supervisor Begay, you had a comment. Yes, I do.
Oh, it's all work. But we have a star football player, NFL. Yeshiyaj Pete, oh my gosh, they showed the Coliseum, or the area where they were, where people in the stadium, and there were thousands and thousands of Navajos that ended up down there watching him. And they followed, I think, they're following back to Dallas, somewhere out that way again. And there's going to be a lot of support. And we're so proud of him. And, you know, he's just tall. And I mean, I could just see him running. And, oh my gosh, it was so exciting to see that. So that's really making
positive.
Yes.
All right, that's
Thank you.
great. That's really good. So, members of the board, we have to go on, and we're about an hour behind. And so what we want to do is hopefully the next presentation, we can speed it up. But we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? We're now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we have number 31, presentation and discussion regarding update on flood control district and forest restoration initiatives. And this is important, but we look forward to
We'll move
hearing
it
from
through
you.
quickly here. Thank you. But I have to start out, whoops, sorry. Go ahead. Start out though by saying all water in the West comes from what? Forests. It's the forests that create our water.
Right.
And so it all comes back to the forest. So we don't keep healthy forests, we're not going to have water. And
Watershed protection.
and the studies are showing that forest restoration even has a mid to longer term impact on the production of water, the actual availability of water. So, all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide a update. Lucinda Andriani, Flood Control District Administrator. We're going to go through an update on where we are with the projects that you approved in the budget session this last year for this fiscal year, both for flood mitigation as well as forest restoration. And certainly I know we need to move through it pretty quickly. If there are questions, we don't get to those today, obviously, you can always reach out. The first couple of slides let me see, make sure here we go. First couple of slides are really a couple of slides I pulled from the budget session last year, and that highlights what we had identified for basically our capital funding for this year, including the second slide, which really identified the four main projects that we're focused on right now in the flood mitigation capital improvement plan. And I'll take a few minutes to highlight those and then turn it over to Jay that he can go through where we are with forest restoration. That's been a key topic of a number of meetings recently with the Forest Service and, as mentioned, with DFFM last Friday. Want to first highlight the project that we've been working on now up in the Tucson area, which we've named the Ensuring Grand Canyon National Park Visitor Access Project. Yeah, it's all about keeping access to the park. The park contributes $1.1 billion to the regional economy, and it's a very important asset for many, many reasons. And we are really, this was now completed a few weeks ago, but we're really very close to now 60% engineering, or over 60% actually, with the engineering of the in-town flood mitigation measures within Tucson itself. We have now separated the engineering process for the on-forest flood retarding structure from the in-town measures because that flood retarding structure is a very complex structure, and it'll have to go through a separate approval process with ADWR and the Forest Service. Our working relationship, we've just made great strides moving through the process with the Forest Service. Very pleased. They've been very supportive working with us. And so that's all moving as planned. We recently had a good meeting with the state director for USDA Rural Development, learned a lot about what they can and cannot fund, but I still think there's some opportunity there. They're going to relook at the income level for Tucson came in fairly high, and we questioned that, and they agreed to conduct a separate study to take a look at that. So anyway, and then continuing to look at grant opportunities. That'll be coming up, we hope, this fall. So next up is Munns Park Flood Mitigation Project, and this too is moving forward. We had a good meeting with the Forest Service to discuss what processes we'll need to go through there and moving that NEPA process forward. And we expect to be able to move forward with the preliminary geotechnical work there in the not very distant future. So again, they were very supportive of working with us, and very pleased about that. We're going to be applying for an AZ Smart grant, likely. That's the plan, to continue to support the engineering of that effort right now. To be able to, frankly, the more money we can get from grants, the more money we can then put ultimately toward construction on all of these projects, right? So working with Scott Ogden, the project manager, on that right now. So that's going well. Sedona, we launched this project in July, and working very well with the city of Sedona has been actively involved in our engineering meetings, and getting ready to start some communication with the community. I've got a letter that we're going to be looking at actually Thursday in our regular meeting, to go out to the community to talk about the project and the initiation of the project. This is an area where there had been a number of complaints to the city council. Also working with the city on presenting to the council on this project as well, and the overall planning project process for the flood control district and how we arrived at this project. So again, we met last week with the Forest Service forest ranger for that area, and he's indicated that he will support the initial step there with the geotechnical work there is non-invasive. It's very, doesn't have much impact on the landscape, and he's already indicated that he will move ahead with approving that work immediately, and then we'll continue to work with them largely at the forest level, frankly, the forest supervisors level and their team, but we really want to engage the local ranger as well, and haven't had an opportunity really to work with him, frankly, beyond some communication with the pocket fire. So was impressed with him, and again demonstrated that and showed that he's very interested in working with us and with the district. So
Lucinda, and also Jay, that pocket fire, and especially because of the area that was in fact burned, as I understand it, was also an area they were looking previously to do some prescribed burns. And so it's horrible to say, but hopefully there's some benefit that actually arose out of the pocket fire.
Yeah, there was. I mean, they did a lot of back burning, but they had that area identified, and we just met again. Jay will speak to this, but we just met again with Matt McGrath and his team to look at the Upper Oak Creek watershed and plans for forest restoration. Most of that area that they'd have identified for restoration, either they did back burning on, or it didn't burn that severely, and they still want to go in and pursue the restoration effort. So, and they're looking to the district to be a partner in that effort. So moving on to pipeline, as you know, we had we've set aside some project funding this year, capital funding this year, to complete 2 projects in the pipeline area. One being the Protect Grant, which is focused on Highway 89 flood mitigation. And that's through expanding the Copeland Detention Facility, as well as some additional work in the government tank flood corridor to pick up more of that water and get it into, frankly, we have the capacity downstream in that large storm drain system that we constructed there to pick up some additional water. And that will help alleviate, reduce the flooding impacts to the highway. That has been a very challenging effort with federal highways. I think we are seeing in the real world now, I've been hearing about issues primarily with DOT, but other federal agencies, frankly, because there's just not enough people. And we have now been waiting 2 months to get approval of an agreement amendment, very simple, very clear agreement amendment, to get that approved so that we could move forward and get the 100% engineering. We completed back in May, early June, the 30% engineering in the NEPA process. And it's been, frankly, sitting in DC. And so I've engaged Nexus to help support that. The latest we're hearing is that it should show up for us to be able to sign in the grant system called Grant Solutions within the next day or so. So we've been getting, this week for several weeks now. So very frustrating. Another piece that occurred in that whole effort was that there was I'll say, as best I can explain it, a misinterpretation of the obligation date for the funds. And that moved up the whole process so we've had to cover some additional cost for engineering of that project. Fortunately, we didn't spend as much as what we expected to spend on the NEPA process. So we had some resources, and we have some other resources available that we can devote to this. But otherwise, we would have ended up losing the construction funds, and that's where the lion's share of the funds are. So anyway, that's been pretty challenging with federal highways, and I know, it's because there just aren't enough people to process what they need to be processing. So also on another front, another challenge that we have out in the flood area is the Glen Drive project. We had identified that area as an area that could benefit from additional mitigation, and proposed a storm drain project, largely engineered that project. Working through that project, we had support from all the property owners. And then we had a property owner decide that he was going to put his property up for sale, and made a decision that not to support the project. And that influenced a few other people. So we are not going to move forward with that project. I reached out to the community and I said, if you're interested in moving forward, you've got to come forward and you've got to work together as a community to bring forward the support. Yeah. And it's been, we've been working on this over a year. And so, and I got a couple of emails from people who were not the ones we needed the support from in terms of drainage easements, and talked it through. We will take the funding that was associated with this, both congressionally directed spending as well as the DFFM funding, and there are some properties still in that area and a few other areas that could benefit from some small scale mitigation measures. So we're looking at that right now. We've got an engineer evaluating that, but this is, it's up to people to work together, and it's fine. And they still have gotten a significant amount of mitigation based upon what we did upstream. So that, I think, yes.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, can you help me orient me on the Glen Drive project? Because I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah,
I know most pretty well, but
between the Brandis, where Brandis goes off to the west, as you go north before you get to Wupaki Trails,
Mhm.
kind of the first big main
Okay.
road that goes off to the left there, county maintained road is Brandis. And then south of that is Kevin's Way, or where the detention basins are,
Okay.
right? It's that area, the area kind of the northern, so just south of Brandis. And that area still has some risk because we were unable to, we did expand the Brandis channel, but we couldn't expand it as much as frankly we would have liked to, because the channel along the highway has limitations. There's very little ADOT easement there, so they couldn't expand that piece. ADOT chose not to expand that piece. So there's some overflow coming from Brandis. There is some overflow coming from Peaceful Way that comes into that area. Again, we've improved the situation there from what it was in 2022 after the fire, but there's still some opportunity there. But if, people have to want to work with this. We've really taken largely, as you know, a voluntary approach, and people need to donate their easements. And for the lion's share of what we've done, that's, hundreds of easements that we've obtained that way. And so that's fine. That's their decision. And, that doesn't mean if we have a big event, there's still the opportunity to go back to NRCS, right? But this is their decision. They made a decision.
You mentioned the ADOT right away on 89. Is that something that would be worth looking into, talking to the State Transportation Board and advocating for that? Because they are going to be here in Flagstaff in October. I know there's a meeting
Yeah.
before then, but is that something that's worth us looking into?
They made some improvements to a portion of that channel, the portion of the channel south of Kevin's Way down to Copeland. They did, and then they did make some improvements further north, Brandis north, on the east side of the highway. They got the emergency relief funding through DOT, so there's been some work there. I think we ought to see how it plays out. So far, I'll say the mitigation's done really well, and we've had some big events and a lot of rainfall out there, particularly the three northern watersheds. Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah. So, so far things are working really well. So I'd say let's see. I think that we've got other threats to highways in our areas that would warrant the investment, like Tucson is unmitigated, Munns Park, a lot, I-17 is unmitigated, so I think there's others that would be more important to me. But thank you for bringing that up and reminding me. I've been seeing Kate's emails, they're getting prepared for that meeting. They're going to host it. So thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome. And also, if you need me to testify on it, I would be willing to.
Yeah,
do so.
absolutely. No, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. And then just a few points there. We got all our pre-monsoon, and again, everything's working well. We've had a few things that have come up that we've needed to go out and manage, but virtually nothing. So I'll wait, and we'll just do questions at the end, unless there's anything immediate that anyone has.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from Jay as well,
Yeah.
and then we'll save our questions for the end,
Great.
just because of time.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your overview.
Guess I can still say good afternoon. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the board. I thought the crowd here that earlier was for us, but I guess not. I don't know. So quickly on forest restoration, here's a quick summary of the investments we've made through FY26. So just some top numbers, that total line at the bottom, 10,000 acres treated, we're at nearly 8 million from flood control district funding, 28 million from Forest Service, a little over 4 million from partners, for a total of $44 million. That's a huge number, and a lot of work that's been done to get there. So, but we're still moving. Let's talk about what we're doing now. Updates on our investments right now, the LaRue East project. We're at 4.2 million. So originally we had estimated the whole project was gonna be about 3.5. And between just diesel prices and cost of everything going up, that number's gone up. So for us to get the deadened down was really the big one that we had to throw some more money into, and you guys approved that last meeting. So they're probably not quite 100 acres into that project. Right there working off of Aspen Corner. So if you want to go up there and take a look, feel free to drive up to Aspen Corner and get a day up there and see the work that's going on. We had a great media event up there with a lot of press coverage. They are still on track to finish in the fall of this year on this project, 600 acres. So Perkins Timber Harvesting, and they've subcontracted with Bob Lee and Sons Tree Service to do the work there. So they're using some new equipment or some leased equipment, the Ponze, to really help with that project. Bill Williams Mountain, the AB Base project, small project of 75 acres, but it actually can be expanded. We had enough funding, and if the contractor feels comfortable getting up into a little bit steeper slope, that could grow up to like 150, maybe 175 acres in total. Smith Forestry Service was awarded that. T&C's doing that project oversight. And they also are planning to be done by the fall of 2026 on that project. The projects that we've had kind of sitting there getting worked on over the last year and a half, the Hawk project, which is just above LaRue East, just above Snowball Road. That's a 2,300 acre project. They are 100% done with the cutting and the hauling of logs. They are now working on the biomass removal. So if you see trucks, it's a lot of biomass being removed and or these small logs that are going to be used for firewood through Wood for Life and other programs. So that they're hoping, well, the deadline is December of this year. So they're even looking at bringing in a second contractor to work on the biomass so they can meet that deadline. The Durford project, which is just above the Hawk project on Highway 180, they are about 25% completed. That's about we paid mostly our $1 million is going towards biomass removal on that project. It's just too close to the mountain. We didn't want a lot of biomass pile burning that close to the mountain. They are actively working on that. You can see a lot of partnership there with the Forest Service, SRP, National Forest Foundation getting grants for additional hazardous fuel transportation. So a lot of work going on still in that Highway 180 Upper Rio de Flag watershed. Some projects that are coming up in the next fiscal year, or this fiscal year, LaRue West, which is adjacent to LaRue East, makes sense. We're actually not going to be putting the 3.15 million. We're going to reduce that down to about, we're going to split those payments in two, and we're going to be a little over $2 million this coming fiscal year for work that will start likely next spring or summer. It's a 900-acre project that again has the rocky and the steeper slopes in that Upper Rio de Flag. Likely that will not be completed in one by all through that whole summer, may take into next year, so starting next spring, early summer, and may have to go into the next spring. Just depends on how fast they can move through. Pretty difficult ground in some of those areas that they have to work through.
And part of the reason you're splitting it is that we're keeping the money in our accounts and not their accounts for as long.
No, not necessarily. So this is more because we wanted to be able to continue to fund Bill Williams Mountain and LaRue West at the same time. So we're actually we're gonna split the LaRue West probably into two phases, fund a part of it next year, this fiscal year, and part of it next fiscal year, so that we're kind of spreading out the dollars. We've already talked with the Nature Conservancy and with the Forest Service, both, and they have agreed to help us go to monthly type payments versus these upfront cost payments to address those issues. So we're going to be doing monthly invoicing with T&C on projects moving forward, and we're still working with the Forest Service on how we're going to do theirs, but it won't be a lump sum payment anymore. Billings Mountain Creek project, which is a larger steep slope project that will be helicopter. And we met with TNC yesterday. We're going to try to carve out some of the lower slopes that if we can pull some, even if we can pull 100 acres into ground-based steep slope logging, you're going from $20,000 to $25,000 an acre at helicopter to $4,500 an acre. So we're trying to just get a scalpel cutting on these to reduce those costs for us, for everybody. Other projects that are active right now is the Lowell Observatory. That is the congressionally directed spending project that we have. Funding from Congress, from Lowell Observatory, SRP, City of Flagstaff. They have started work now. They're about 100 acres into the project. As a forester, it looks awesome. From the publics, they're going to have, it's a change. We are reducing the amount of trees drastically so that the Lowell Observatory, which they are the property owners, they're the client, if you want to call it that. They have asked us that the work that we do can last 20 to 30 years. And the way that you do that is you reduce the amount of trees on the property. You do it in a scientific manner. The forest there will look so much like what the forest looked like 120 years ago in this area. We're just not used to that anymore. And so there will be some drastic changes, but it is the proper thing to do for wildfire mitigation for the property of Lowell, all their investments that they have, and the communities surrounding that area.
I'm getting comments. So,
Yep.
and I really appreciate their very, very thorough response, and I will respond
Yeah. And
accordingly.
if we need to do something with the public, a day or something that we need to go out, we can look at doing that.
And I know we do such a great job, or at least we try to do such a great job in terms of community outreach. It may not be a bad thing that we do something again, and for that part of District 1 or any of the districts, but it happens to be in District 1, to do a little public meeting on it, and just for education. I mean, we see what happens if we don't do the forest restoration. I think everybody knows that. But as you know, Lowell, which has been private property, but they've been so generous with their trail system up there. We all walk our dogs up there. And they're seeing that the reason we do is because it's so shaded and it's so nice. And so, but I think it might be very helpful to do that. Let's look at that. That might be really good.
Definitely, I'll put
and
that.
remind people. Yeah.
Yeah, but it may be good to do a public meeting there as well, community meeting.
That would be good.
And the areas that they've already treated, which was just in the last few weeks, grass is coming up. I mean, it's incredible what this rain is doing for
green.
recovery. So, yeah.
So I have a question though up there, right as you park, right across from where the Lowell parking lot is for the dog walking. There are trees that are the front trees.
Yep, we figured that out. We know who did that. Lowell Observatory put those flags up, the flagging up, because they are looking to expand the parking lot. So that's what we were told today.
A lot of expansion.
Well, we were told that today. I don't know exactly the plan, but that's what I was told, who put the flags up and what the reason is.
I couldn't figure out what those, because everybody kept asking, what are those flags? And I have no idea.
We didn't know either. That's what was like confusing us too. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's their property.
It is. It's their property. Fort Valley Experimental Forest. There's 2,300 acres. That's kind of the last piece in the Upper Rio that, if you look, just scares me to death because it's so untreated and thick with dog hair thickets of ponderosa pine. Our forester, Joe Hintz, and our intern, Kylie, prepared 1,000 acres this summer for treatment. And so they're all but about 400 acres now have been prepared for treatment. The National Forest Foundation is planning to put a contract out for part of those acres, maybe in the next week or two. It's going to be not your traditional going in and cutting large. This is going to be cutting 9 inches and less diameter trees, but there's so many small diameter trees it will make a difference because it's a lot of dog hair thickets out there. So, and it's right there on the highway. That just scares me to death. So I'm ready for this one to be treated just as well. So that is our contribution is Joe and Kylie out there doing that work, getting that prepped for them. So before we move on to that, because we mentioned Oak Creek and some of the meetings we've been talking with the Forest Service, they have about what was originally about 8,000 acres ready to be treated right above the rim, coming up out of West Fork and Oak Creek Canyon, that they were going to be planning to put up for sale in the next federal fiscal year that starts in October. And about 300 acres of that burned pretty intensely. So they've kind of pulled some of that out of the timber sales. And so they're moving forward with those projects. They'll scatter those out over the next fiscal year. They have come to us to see what our interest is, and we've got J.E. Fuller, Joe Loveridge is doing some remodeling to look and see where the most priority acres are for the flood control district. Obviously, this all has, flows down into Oak Creek Canyon. So we are really kind of dissecting that one too to see where we see the most benefit for the flood control district. And we will continue to then talk with the Forest Service on where we think we might put dollars. We just have to look and see. We're going to be getting some dollars, a little bit more dollars back from the Hawk project from the Nature Conservancy. They really was able to find some efficient ways to remove this biomass. So we're just going to have to look through our budgets and see where we want to, and then obviously we'll come to you all for our recommendation of what we think we should do. Community Wildfire Protection Plan has been signed by the state forester as of Sunday, and it is now going through the steps of getting signed by all the fire district chiefs, and then the Wallapai tribe will sign it last, and then we will have a fully executed community wildfire protection plan for the rural fire districts and tribal communities. That is perfect timing because we are being told that the community wildfire defense program, the next cycle of grants will be coming in the next month or so, or maybe by early or mid-September. And so what our plan is once we have this fully executed, well, we're already planning a meeting with all the fire districts to really identify some projects that we can put together grant information for, or grant applications for this next round. This is the last round currently of the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program. It is Bill and IRA funding, so that is going to be one of our things that we take back to DC this next year, is that we need to continue this program, not let this program just fall apart. It's just too critical right now. That is all from Forest Restoration. And if you have questions for either of us.
Members of the board, any questions? The CWPP is really important, and when we met, when Supervisor Ontiveros and I were meeting with the DFFM, and you all were there too, he really highlighted the importance of that.
Yeah, and they've got partnership dollars for those projects too. So
That's really great.
yeah, I think for advocacy, that program does have bipartisan support in Congress. So I think we need to really target that this next year and try to keep those dollars.
And the Save Our Forest Act, I know he talked about that as well.
It is, there's not funding in FOFA, but it does say that it should be continued as a program. So we need the appropriations is what we need so that continue. And they're calling for actually expanding it to help support home hardening as well, to fund both fuels reduction and home hardening.
Any other comments, questions, members? All right.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And you're continuing, right? No.
No.
That's it? Are we right on time? No.
No, Madam Chair, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors in order to move forward to community development.
All
Item
right. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
Second.
Have a second. All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. And there you are. You two have just been sitting over there so patiently, kind of. And it's great. Thanks. Come on up. We are now on 32, presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding the area plan update and the prioritization. And there are a lot of people, especially just in northern Arizona, down there at Valley, that are really looking forward to this. So let's hear it.
So excited to have Jess McNeely and Jay Crystalman join us. I just wanted to share that in the summer of 2017, I did a special assignment out in community development, and I got to work on the Belmont area plan at that time and attend those community meetings and see the area plan in action and meet with the community members and see how invested they were in that process and really creating such an important land use document. So a little trip down memory lane. So thanks, Jess.
I would like to.
I'll use my projection voice.
Yeah, and I'd like to give an update. I have reached out to an individual. I reached out last week and am waiting for a response. So then that will put me at a full house if they agree.
We like full houses.
I know.
We have
I know.
had one failure to achieve a quorum in any time we can remember, really. You know.
Yeah, there was one
Many
time when I was on there that we didn't meet a quorum, but it does happen. So I know it's important. So I'm waiting. Yeah.
Not as urgent, but we also have the Board of Adjustment. Board of Adjustment meets maybe once a year. They hear variances of the zoning ordinance. They also have vacancies in District 2. He's gone. He's vacant in District 2 and District 3. So not as urgent. We only have 3 of the 5 members for the B of A currently assigned. It's easy for that to be an appointment that isn't too time consuming for a citizen, being that they only meet a couple times a year. So 2 and 3. And with that, thank you for indulging us with that. But some of our staff are always asking, like, hey, if you're going to see the supervisors, make sure you remind them we're still waiting.
We need to keep our
appointments.
commissions fully
Absolutely.
staffed. So it's good. Thank you for that reminder.
Absolutely. So this work session, the real focus of this work session, the why of this is to discuss priorities for updating the county's area plans, the county's granular level land use documents. So I know it goes without saying, but the county's land use plans, starting with the comprehensive plan that we just updated this past November, their main purpose is to guide our land use decisions. Sometimes in updating any of our land use plans, it's easy to get off track on that focus of land use decisions, but their real purpose is guiding the county's land use decisions with decision makers when it comes to the Planning and Zoning Commission and when decisions come to you all. The comp plan is our primary land use guide. It's our comprehensive plan. It's our guiding, overarching plan for land use decisions at the county. All of our amendments to the comp plan are exactly that. They're amendments. They are by design aligned with the comp plan. They're not contrary to the comp plan. And they don't have the 10-year update requirement from state statute, but they are simply amendments to the comp plan. They help us better make decisions kind of at the community, at the neighborhood level, so to speak, in our rural areas. From 22 to 25, the P&Z staff certainly was busy updating the county's comprehensive plan. We had a lot of work sessions with you on that. Also, also amendments to the comprehensive plan, we were updating the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan. Those are updated every 10 years. It's a big effort. We feel like we can continue to improve those processes and improve the focus of those efforts, but in that time, we didn't do any area plan updates. We would remind you that the other, in addition to the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan, that is an amendment to the comp plan, we have the 10 area plans. We'll go into those 10 area plans. The map kind of on the right-hand side of this screen here shows you where those 10 area plans exist. We also have the joint land use study. which is an adopted amendment to the comp plan that helps us with some decisions. It really guided a lot of our dark sky regulations. So in putting this presentation together, similar to ones we've done with you in the past, we try to follow precedent here. We have some area plan priority indicators. We're looking at what year they were adopted and updated. So how old are they? We look at planning permit activity. What are the requests that have gone to decision makers where the area plans get used? How much are they being used in front of the P&Z Commission and in front of the Board of Supervisors? How much vacant land is available in a given area in order to grow and change? Some of our areas are very built out. And do they have access to transportation routes, infrastructure that brings tourism, brings activity to their areas where we see a lot of change going on and potential for change? So those are the indicators we look at in making recommendations to you. This is the list of your 10 area plans in descending order from newest to oldest. So if we start at the top here, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan was our last one adopted just prior to embarking on the comp plan update. So that one, the Donny Park area plan, we spanned COVID through updating that plan. We took a bit longer in updating that plan than we would prefer, and we can talk about scope, limiting scope, and how we can have a reasonable time frame for updating land use plans. But that one took about 3 years to update. So that was last updated in 22. Prior to that was the Belmont area plan that Erica talked about that was updated in 19. Prior to that, Fort Valley in 11, Kachina Village in 2009, Diablo Canyon Rural Planning Area in 05. Then we start getting towards the turn of the century and older, the Parks Area Plan in 01, Valley Area Plan in 99, Red Lake in 92, Mountain Air in 91, and our oldest area plan is Oak Creek Canyon. It's been updated a couple of times. Actually, it was our first one adopted. It was adopted in 79, but it was most recently updated in 89. So that is really our oldest area plan. This is a map that shows you where all those area plans are. And I know it's hard to see, but we've got another slide we'll get to with a chart that shows you some numbers. But in that little bubble there, we're showing how many conditional use permits, how many zone changes, and how many subdivisions. Those are the primary cases that go to decision makers where the area plans are used. We show in each one of those what are the numbers for those area plans over the last 5 years. We just limited our analysis to the past 5 years. What's going on in recent years that we can look at numbers and do some analysis. So if you're not familiar with all of the area plan geography, the farthest one to the northwest is Valley. Due south of that is Red Lake. South and east of that is Parks. We start getting into kind of the Flagstaff region. Really small to the east of Parks is Belmont. You see kind of the difference in geography here. We throw out the names of these communities all the time, but when you look at them on a map, you start seeing, wow, a lot goes on in Belmont. It's so small. Well, Belmont has a lot of heavy commercial and industrial zoning. So that's why a lot goes on in Belmont. We have the Fort Valley area plan to the east of that and to the north. And then to the east of the Flagstaff community, we have the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan, most recently updated. And there's a lot of activity in Donny Park. South of Flagstaff, you've got Mountain Air, you've got Kachina Village. Look how tiny Kachina Village is, even compared to Mountain Air on the map here. And we know Kachina Village and Mountain Air are pretty built out, although we got a zone change coming to you here in about 15 minutes for Kachina Village. And then further south towards Sedona, Oak Creek, the Oak Creek area plan, our oldest one. Oak Creek is very built out. There's not a lot of change that takes place in Oak Creek, and we'll show you the numbers on that. And then farther to the east, southeast, is the Diablo Canyon rural planning area that includes some of our rural areas to the southeast. Add up all those zone changes, conditional use permits, and subdivision requests over the past 5 years, and here's how the numbers play out. The area plans are listed in alphabetical order here. but you can see what the permit count is over the past 5 years for each of these. Far and away, the most requests have gone in Valley, 79. Second most would be Doney Park. Third would be Red Lake. Then we get to Parks. Close behind is Diablo Canyon. And then we get into the single digits. Belmont, a few. Fort Valley, really are fewest. Fort Valley is primarily zoned for residential. The large lots in Fort Valley that were available for subdivision, those subdivisions were done a number of years ago, and there haven't been any real changes. You see a lot of building permits out there, people building as zoned, but not a lot of requests for new subdivisions, conditional use permits, or zone changes. And then you see where those numbers fall out. Oak Creek, not very many. Total of 230. That's how many times these area plans have been used, all of them, all 10, over the past 5 years for decisions. So when we look at that age, and we've got those listed on this chart here, and we look at those permit numbers, we've broken all 10 into 3 categories: a, high, medium, and low. In the upper left, we do see Valley as old. It's had the highest number of planning permits and some large planning permits. Some ambitious plans. We've yet to have seen some of those ambitious plans come to fruition. But some big area plan use in Valley, to say the least. And we've certainly heard some from the Valley community in wanting that area plan to be updated, to be used when those land use decisions are being made. We continue to have pre-application meetings for some big ideas in Valley, some for renewable energy, and some for just other development in the Valley area. Next on the high priority, we would see Red Lake, where you see that number 36, land use decisions in the past 5 years, and you see the age of Red Lake, 92. So we do continue to see a lot of activity in Red Lake that could benefit from an area plan update. And then Parks. When we go to the medium, Mountain Air is quite old. However, we have very few land use decisions that are made in Mountain Air using the area plan. Same with Oak Creek Canyon. Diablo Canyon, not as old. However, we see Diablo Canyon is still pretty effective. There haven't been any decisions where any community members have discussed, well, this area plan needs to be updated, like there has been in other areas. And then our lowest priority are our newest ones, and they are functioning quite well. Planning staff really sees these 10 area plans in kind of our 10-year work cycle when you think about the requirement for the comprehensive plan and the Flagstaff regional plan to be updated every 10 years. We see that the high and medium priority, 6 of these, could be updated within this interim 10-year period prior to starting the next comp plan update. And we feel like that's a realistic goal, and we can discuss some of the other factors to be considered in a work plan that includes area plan updates, among many other things. Any questions on this chart?
Members of the board? I don't think so. Please proceed.
Okay. A lot of the considerations. As many of you know, the reason you're looking at me standing here talking to you is because our long-range planner, Melissa, is so happily retired. You have no idea. She's staying pretty involved in the planning world. She really loved her profession. So she's active with Arizona APA and serves in some voluntary ways. But
Is she coming back to volunteer for this?
no. I don't think we can use a volunteer for this work. So we are recruiting. We are in the recruiting process, not only for a long-range planner, we are also in the recruiting process for principal planner. So where we had 5 P&Z planning staff, and we have some augmenting administrative staff, and the wildlife planner, and the sustainable building program manager. But of the 5 primary P&Z planners on our staff, we're down to 3 right now. So we are carrying that same workload that has not gone down. In many ways, it's gone up with 3 of us. So we're recruiting for both of those positions, and we will work realistically with all of our requirements, many of them statutory requirements when it comes on the building permitting side, to meet our obligations. As you know, and I know you hear it from all departments, recruiting is tough. Recruiting is tough when you have an office in Flagstaff with a high cost of living, and when we have many peer, particularly cities across the state and many in the valley that offer much more for this same type of work in areas with lower cost of housing. They're not as beautiful as we are. We always have that attraction for talented staff, but recruiting is tough. We'll just be honest with you in that. And it will be tough for us to get working on many initiatives when we're not fully staffed. We will also mention that we do have competing planning activities. Our regular permitting, our regular hearing cases, we have full agendas, got a full agenda for tomorrow night with Planning and Zoning Commission, and the other long-range planning activity we typically take on, zoning ordinance updates. We know there's some key issues that we would like to update in our zoning ordinance, so that is also a competing priority, in all honesty, with the effort to update area plans. However, when we look to update area plans, this is some good timing to consider expectation management of what communities get out of an area plan. We would like to be able to commit to, and this is something that we wanted to discuss with you all, a one-year time frame, a commitment of a one-year time frame to update any area plan. They would all be updates. None of them are a blank sheet of paper. And we feel that committing to that one-year update timeline can have a limited scope, what we call a limited scope of work that is very focused on land use. One of the reasons we feel all of our plans, the comp plan and the amendment area plans, can be more focused on land use in this day and age as the county organization overall has evolved, is that we have many other plans now that didn't exist when some of these area plans were first created. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan, that one in and of itself, our advancements with emergency operation plans, the CHIP, the Community Health Plan, has always been around. We've updated the Parks and Rec Master Plan, and really your board's strategic priorities with the metrics that is public facing out our website. Many of those considerations used to go into the comp plan and were even discussed with area plans. It's easier at this day and age when community members have a pet peeve, a pet project, or concerns to be able to say, hey, we are focusing this area plan, the comp plan, the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan, and these area plans on land use. We have other tools for those that didn't exist, quite frankly, in 1989 when some of these area plans were done. So that is one of the reasons why we feel it will be easier in the future to update any given area plan in about a one-year time frame, is because we can better limit the scope just to land use issues. So with that, I can put it back on the chart for you. That is staff's recommendation for update. Of course, at this point, we are dependent on hiring some more staff, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Well, first and foremost, I hope you can get more staff. I mean, quite frankly, I'm going to just be honest. I mean, Valley is half of the permits coming forward. Mm-hmm. And every time they come forward, and we've all been here for this, every time I say, you're going to be high priority, and they really need to be. Mm-hmm. I mean, myself personally, I think the 3 high priority lists make sense. And I would go with the recommendation from your department. On the other hand, we really need to get the capacity to get this done. And we knew that when we lost Melissa Shaw. I mean, what an incredible, she did such a great job. I asked her if she would not retire until after we got Valley done. She did not honor that, nor did she promise it, I will tell you. But the point being, we need to get people there. I mean, this is, and you've been in many of them, and I really appreciate the great job you do as well in these, because it just takes that right, it takes that, the right touch to get these done with this community, to hear people, to hear their complaints, to hear their wants, to hear their frustrations, and to be able to move them forward in a very positive direction. And, she certainly had that touch, and I know you do as well. So we need to get good people on board to be able to do this. That's mine. I'm going to just take it around. District, I'll go District 2, then I'll go District 3. Do you have any comments to make on this?
No, I agree with the focus. You have the high and medium priorities. I was curious, are there any other areas that in the future could potentially have area plans? I mean, in particularly more northern regions or even in District 2, Hill Ranch Road. I know it's super small and I know it's not very developed, but with John Wesley Powell coming in there, is that any thoughts in the future? Thank you.
Great question, Chairperson Supervisor Vasquez. The 10-year-old 2015 comp plan discussed had a implementation action item to explore a area plan that would have been a corridor plan out east I-40. And that discussion, honestly, I think distinctively remember it was Supervisor Manny Metzger that really championed that idea and feeling there could be some benefit to a corridor plan that direction. Never happened, and with the most recent update to the county's comprehensive plan, that really didn't come up as a priority. So that was the last one that was discussed. You know, we're always open when we meet with community members. Some community members, I'll be 100% honest with you, would prefer to not have an area plan in their community. That's not uncommon. In more rural areas, they would see it as another layer of regulation, when in fact it's not regulation. You know, the plans are just to guide land use decisions. They are not regulations. But we've heard that certainly. But if any community is interested in having an area plan, certainly we will discuss that with them, and we would probably have them talk with their respective supervisor of, hey, what would the benefits of an area plan? How would that fall into the overall county priorities in getting things done?
So District 3. Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the high, medium, and low priority, I agree with this list that's set out. And the really big ideas that were coming to Valley, those were big developments, and that really highlighted, it really brought a lot of attention from the residents there that there was this plan, because so much lies dormant in a community until change comes, and then you realize how important these plans are. And the reason I really support Valley being top priority for I mean, we've got the numbers, we have the dates, we have all that, the big projects that are going in there. They also have room for expansion. They have the land there that they can grow with. But I think maybe what's most important to me is that this is the only community that I'm aware of where the residents are actually asking for it to be updated. So I absolutely support that. The other thing that I also support is the 1-year time frame to update an area plan with a standardized process. I am curious to know how my other supervisors feel, but I think that that's really important to just kind of minimize what we're talking about here, because it's kind of like ideas start flowing, and to have it, to be able to start this process with really good parameters, I think will move it forward in a very positive way. So I support that. I'm very curious to get the input from my fellow supervisors, and agree, you need capacity. You need people. I know you do. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that you get them. I really do.
District 4.
Thank you for the presentation, and I also agree with the area plan priority recommendations, only because I think Diablo would need, I mean, it's a very rural area, but I know that they haven't said anything about area plan or anything that I know of as far as updates, recent updates. And so, and I do agree with Val, because they're the ones that come here. They present things to us to discuss and bring to the board. And I think one of the biggest thing that's going to have to happen is to recruit and getting the staff on board. Because if you only have 3 people, then 1 year time frame to update the area plan is not going to be successful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And District 5.
I really don't have anything to add, but it's really a good plan that you have, and I hope we hire another Melissa. Thank you.
I think she must miss us. Ask her.
We feel it.
She got a big dog to keep her company.
Oh, that's great. No, I'm really happy for her. And I know you're going to oversee it and do a great job, so I appreciate you. Any other comments, questions? Members of the board, we've done it. So thank you so much. We are now on our public hearings, and it's 5 o'clock. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? And then we'll start. Let's do that, and then we'll start our public hearings. Boy, we did it. Can't believe it. Thank God Cynthia's here to hold down the fort. And I think Erica's on her way back. So we can probably get started though. There's a drip. We talked about water and the importance of water, and we got a drip, so we need to take care of it. We are now members of the board on item 33. And we can't start before that time, and we are now at 5:08, right? This is a public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2026-07, approving a zone change from G general 10-acre parcel size and RS 18,000 residential size family, 18,000 square foot minimum parcel size to RS 10,000 residential single family, 10,000 square feet minimum parcel size on a 0.5 acre parcel in Kachina Village. Property is located at 2691 Toho Trail and is further identified as parcel number 116-20-022C. The applicants are Tim and Susie Height of Flagstaff. And with that, we're going to turn it over to our Assistant Community Development Director, Jess McNeely, who's going to present.
Good afternoon.
Jess.
Hi, Chair Horseman, I'm back. Good evening, Chair Horseman, Supervisors. Thank you. This is the height zone change in Kachina Village. Our applicants, Ms. Height is with us. You see the address here on Toho Trail in Kachina Village. The request, this is one of those old, interesting split zone parcels. How these happened with some of this legal nonconforming zoning. Finally, we're cleaning up the last of these here in Kachina Village. The size, about a half acre, and the request, the same zoning that the neighboring properties have, RS 10,000. This zoning map shows you where the subject property is over here, very much on the south end of Kachina Village. And if you look at the zoning designations on that map, the vast majority of the land surrounding the application area, the subject property, is also zoned RS 10,000, the same thing that the applicants are asking for. Zooming in on the subject property, this is just with the aerial photograph. You see that it's vacant, has some trees on the west side of it. It's kind of a pie-shaped piece of property. It's this one labeled 22C. Very strange triangle to the right of it, 22A. It's owned by Kachina Village Improvement District, so we're just ignoring that one. It spans the road right there. This weird little triangle, how some of these things happened over time, goes back to some of the historic subdivision process and original zoning for Kachina Village. But when you look at the subject property here, now with the zoning layers turned on, you see the RS 18 and the G of the subject property. That's the mixture on this pie-shaped half acre that is being requested to be RS 10, which is, it says it's a split in the zoning, Chair Horseman. It's one parcel, it's one pie-shaped parcel, but a portion of the parcel is zoned RS 18, a portion of the parcel is zoned G. Why and how this happened, not even worth going down that story. But they're requesting RS 10, and you can see by this map that their abutting neighbors to the northeast and to the west are all, and to the south on the other side of Toho Trail, are all RS 10. So they're asking for the same zoning that is in the area. As required by the county zoning ordinance, the applicants did their citizen participation plan, notified all their neighbors, had a meeting. None of the neighbors got a little bit of participation, but none of the neighbors had any concerns. Staff has not received any comments on this request. The comprehensive plan certainly supports transitioning non-conforming, which is what we have in this case, zoning into conforming parcels. And the comp plan supports higher density, smaller lot zoning, where infrastructure and fire protection is present, such as we have in Kachina Village. We were just talking about area plans in your last presentation. and the Kachina Village Area Plan certainly supports development that fits the scale and character of the existing neighborhood as this does, as what's requested does. These are the 3 findings required in order to approve a zone change. The Planning and Zoning Commission, in their recommendation, were able to make these findings. And with that, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously forwards a recommendation of approval for the zone change. That can be done with approval of Ordinance 2026-07 that is in your packet. And I would be happy to answer any questions, Chair Horseman.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone here in the room that would like to provide comment on this public hearing item, you can make your way up to the podium now. If you're watching on our YouTube stream, you can send your comments to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And again, we'll provide 3 minutes for you to speak if you'd like to comment.
Members of the community and anyone in this area, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, it looks like, Chair Horseman, we do not have any comments in the inbox, and no one has indicated here in the room that they would like to speak.
Very good. Then, members of the board, we are going to close this public hearing. And we are going to proceed with this zone change recommendation. And I know we have the applicants, Susie Height. And it's up to you if you have any comments you would like to make on this. Otherwise, the applicant, Susie Height, is here if anyone has any questions of the applicant. Are there any questions of the applicant? Then at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ontiveros. This is in your district. Do you have any comments you would like to make on this?
No, my comment is that I can make all 3 of the findings necessary to approve this zone change this evening, and I am supportive of it.
Very good. And I will say for myself and for the record, I also can make all 3 of the findings. And I also accept the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and also our department as well, who are in agreement with the approval of the zone change. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? At this point, I will entertain a motion.
Oh, okay. I will make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2026-07.
We have the motion. Any second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So thank you, and thank you, Ms. Height, for being with us today. So appreciate it, and I'm glad you got it done and you can move forward. So thank you. Oh, come on. Wow. So I think we need to ask before we adjourn, Cynthia Nemeth, this is your first meeting as our interim assistant county manager. How did it go?
I think you all did a fabulous job, as did our presenters today.
All right, very good. Well, thank you so much. Any final comments here, members of the board? Tammy made her say that. All right, you ready, little gavel? All right, we're adjourned.